flipping. Hello, all the peoples on the internet. Welcome. We are continuing game day for Extra Life. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So, as you may have noticed, you got used to me being alone all morning. Now I have a group to have shenanigans with. And special thanks to all of them for helping support the IWK today and all the kids who will be going through there. So we'll do some introductions in a moment, just to let you guys know that I have turned off Dixper by donation because I don't want honking gooses all throughout this. I think that would interrupt gameplay. Or the candy falling from the sky is another popular one. But you can use your donations to make our lives a hell of a lot easier or a hell of a lot harder. You can find the donation list below where I am anyway, at the bottom of our screen. And to donate, you go to the panel that has Extra Life and the little thermometer that shows how we're doing. So with that, let's introduce this group of intrepid explorers. And I think I have two people switched. 1 second.
I was like, wow, I'm Cat now. This is awesome.
That was me. Luckily, this is a very easy fix. Whee! If I can grab the right thing. There we go, we're fixed. It's not a real stream until something goes wrong, so there we go. Also, just a heads up, there may be some microphone hinkiness. If it happens, just bear with us. All right. Who's the first victim? I can roll for it.
All set.
Okay.
I'll do it. I'll go. Okay.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
So I'll be playing Fluffgar, which is a random name that I clicked on a generator and was like, that sounds pretty cool. Fluffgar is a dragonborn, and basically he devoted himself to Bahamut to help defend his town from the corruption that was rising. But it wasn't enough. He had to go further. So he made the totally responsible decision to pledge himself to some unknown something. He actually isn't even sure what, to gain further power. Hence, made kind of a warlock pact. However, all of this together was still not enough, and he was imprisoned as a murderer while he was trying to root out the corruption in his homeland.
All right. Next, I guess, Kat?
I'm Kat, and I am going to be playing Spornus today. Spornus is a singer, and it's charismatic, but also has a perchance for pilfering, just for fun, because really it is fun. And so that's actually what ended up when heist went really wrong. And now Thomas is also imprisoned.
All right. Ramina.
So I'll be playing Adelina today. She has the classic emo backstory, orphaned. Went to like a monk kind of monastery where they raise the children there, but didn't much agree with the fighting, their way of life, this like no, material goods. She's not about that. She loves the jewels. She loves the glitz, the glamour. So she was like, this is just not it. This lifestyle is not it. And every time caravans would come through, she would be sneaking around, looking, watching, and at the monastery itself, keeping to herself, studying magic for the most part. Until one of the days the bandit or these caravans were like, do you want to come with? And she was like, hells yeah. So that started her life of, banditry with a partner who then suddenly went all sour, betrayed her, and set her up, and now in prison. So Revenge.
And in total opposite contrast to that, I am Carolyn, you know me as Geeks. I will be playing Maple today, a changeling who was raised by a retired adventuring bard and a druidic circle who lived in the woods. So, good, wholesome one, goes out to the world, tries to spread some, I can do cool little things and teach people how to be nice with nature. And got framed because she was a changeling. So she's just trying to clear her name and peace out. Go back to being a bard. Oh, 1 second. Someone says, why does everyone else have no sound? Oh
no.
It says you're going through. Can you hear us now?
Check. 1, 2.
Let me grab my... Where's my phone? Because it could be on our end, it could be on theirs.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you from my computer. Like, I just turned the sound on momentarily on my computer, and I can hear you.
I apologize in advance. It may get a slight echo. Someone talk.
Hello. Oh, this is everybody talking all at once, because now we're ready to just make some noise.
Yep, I'm everyone.
Nice.
So I apologize, Crazy Geek. It may be on your side. My very technical advice is turn it off and turn it back on again. All right. And last but finally not least, the wrangler of this rowdy crew, literally everyone else in the world, and our game master for this evening, Brian.
Hello. I have the pleasure of running this game with these 4 clearly very wholesome and good people. Absolutely nothing wrong with any of them in particular. But you may have noticed a theme that they all happen to be imprisoned at this time. There's a converging story of they're all incarcerated. They all find themselves on the locked up end of the law. And that is where we're going to begin our story. At the moment, all 4 of these individuals have been prisoners at the Wild Rock Prison for the past 2 months. It sits between a large, bustling city and a frontier forest town. So kind of in between the two, just on the interim between the bleak wilderness and the great civilized, populated area. This great bustling city. Now this prison is not. It's not a great place to be, for sure, and for obvious reasons that you have there, that a lot of you supposedly, not there for legitimate reasons. So obviously there's a bit of a push to get out of here. In addition to that, there have been rumors circling around through the talk of the prison guards that there is going to be a transfer plan to move several of you, specifically in the group that is going, all 4 of you, to what is known as the Luskarg Work Camp up north. If you thought things were not great here, oh boy, did they get worse. Oh boy, are conditions very poor where you're headed. And you have a long march planned to get up through the cold, harsh trails where you will also not be nearly as well equipped as the people transporting you. So not a great time for you 4 and the additional 6 prisoners that are being marched up towards the work camp. Now, you are all being transported by some well-equipped guards who also happen to have your possessions because of a unfortunate bureaucratic law that I'm sure they're going to sort out later. You technically have to have your possessions on you in case there's maybe there's, a we found out that there was an issue and you actually aren't accused. Like, that's never going to happen. But all of these guards do have all of your possessions in their on their person. Not with you. All of the individuals there who have any magical abilities, they do have, unfortunately, both rather advanced methods of neutralizing magical tattoos and very straightforward, mundane methods of keeping, for example, one of the known wizards with you gagged up so that you can't utter a single magical word. One of the rather annoying guards happens to be plucking a very off-tempo, off-tune, discordant plucking of Maple's lute on this trek. Just sort of all of the wrong notes are being plucked as they just chuckle away and laugh amongst themselves as they're going through this very brisk, very cold beginning of this march heading up north. Your march started just before dawn, and you are expected to go well past sunset. There will be breaks for the guards, which they will require you to remain standing while you proceed. So very, very non-accommodating situations, even on the way up to this work camp. Not looking great. However, the cold, blistering air with the very minimal amount of insulation clothing you have on your person begins to be a little bit alleviated as the air starts to move a bit more with a bit more mildness than turning to warmth, as there's the air loses that brisk, cold, frigid stillness and feels a bit more mobile. Things feel a bit more windy. As you're moving, it almost feels a bit pleasant, if not for the knowledge that you're heading up to a horribly conditioned work camp. You you start to move, as you continue moving up north, the wind very slowly picks up more and more to the point where you're occasionally getting these very warm, almost feeling tropical gusts, which are pleasant. But for anybody who has any understanding of where you are geographically, there's a little bit of an alarm of this has no business being here. This makes no sense when it comes to nature. And clouds begin to form overhead that don't have the typical sort of white, gray hue that normally, rain clouds being weathered. But instead, a purple, swirling cloud begins to converge just above in the direction you're heading. The guards, however, completely unfazed because, well, they've done this trek before, it's nothing to worry about, and they all seem like not the sharpest tools in the drawer. And they're just going to, well, it's a nice day, let's just keep going. And you start to feel not only this warm air, but also a bit of almost static energy, a bit of almost like electricity in the air, almost like the feeling of a thunderstorm approaching. And all of a sudden, at 5 points around you, lightning strikes. And a swirl of pink and purple air begins to manifest around you. And all at once, the magical hindrances that prevented you from using your spells, your magical tattoos, are all immediately lifted, and you feel yourself suddenly able to do this. And one of the prisoners, who is magically adept, notices this. And you see them, this person who has remained rather quiet, just fiddles a bit with their hands. And then you see the chains on their wrists just fall off. And they begin running. And from here, the guards are in a little bit of a panic as that individual, 2 other individuals start running off in 3 separate directions. And you also find that all 3 of you have your bonds loosened. They haven't dropped, but they are now loosened. And the guards are running in all different directions, trying to chase after the ones that are around. And one of them is looking at the 4 of you every once in a while, then darting around looking panicked at what is going on as you're on this, what was a, sort of wintry, calm trail that now is completely devoid of any snow and is swirling with pink-purple clouds and has just this abundant energy. What would everybody like to do at this point? With now the smallest semblance of freedom, with now being able to move slightly of your own volition.
So I'm assuming we know each other pretty well.
You all, having been in the prison for 2 months, you are all familiar with one another. You've all spoken to one another to whichever degree that you've felt comfortable sharing your stories. You would all have some level of familiarity, being able to observe each other and being able to talk. So you'd all be kind of on the same page in terms of who everybody is, roughly. Yeah.
Okay.
Do I know where our stuff is being kept? Like, would I have an idea?
So you would happen to know that there are 2 individuals that are very burly, that have been carrying a lot of the materials. One of which has been plucking about with Maple's loot, but they have these large packs just on their backs, and they are the ones at the moment who are kind of stunned and looking around and almost looking to their one commanding guard for instruction on what to do, because they seem to have no semblance of what do I do in this situation, no independent thought.
Okay.
But those 2 are holding them, yeah.
All right. I'm thinking I would probably walk towards them confidently, but not trying to intimidate them.
Okay.
And I'm just going to tell them, I'm here to get my stuff out of your bag, please. Be polite and confident.
Polite and confident. Okay. I would like you...
Right behind him. I'm not being intimidating, but I'm just going to be right behind him, maybe slightly to one side.
Okay. I would like you to make a persuasion check.
Okay. Test. Let's see. I got a +6 to that.
Oh, that's good.
So,
that's going to be very helpful.
13 total. I only rolled a 7.
13 total. To help sort of highlight, as at the moment, like you feel as though your bonds are loosened and there's more give to what you have.
Yes.
With a 13, just to highlight the sort of conditions you're currently dealing with. The big burly one who is holding a lute in one hand looks down at you, as this is a very sizable man looking at you. Looks and just furrows his brow and gives you a solid punch to the sternum. Does a 15 hit you with your natural AC?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. You are going to take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as he just wallops you in the chest and just mutters with a very fractional articulation of common. Get back, you! Just not a very well-spoken person, but punches you and then looks back over with the same sort of not panicked but just uncertain look of what do I do, looking towards the commanding person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna step forward. I'm gonna step forward and say that wasn't very nice. I think you should give us our things now.
And I'll just say, I agree. Put down my loot, apologize to my friend. I'm going to... It's Fluffgar? Floofgar?
Fluffgar.
Fluffgar, okay. Fluffgar. And apologize for my friend because you were just plain mean.
Spornus, I would like you to make another persuasion check at disadvantage.
Both of us?
With you initiating, I'm going to say, Sportus, you're going to make a check as you kind of approach up front first. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, 11.
Okay. You are also going to get the... Oh! Okay, with a 12 to hit. Does that hit? Okay. You do see this one very forecasted. He rears back and goes to give you a kick, and you're able to kind of dodge it the way. But you can see his demeanor is still very... He's got a job to hold on to this. He's not listening to you. He's pushing back, and he's still looking about, like, panicked and what's going on. Or he's looking back around uncertain. But then with you, he keeps a very stern, I'm not budging when it comes to the prisoners. Then... So, yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
interject? I'm going to take off my whatever clasps and rip off my gag and be like, come on, and fucking firebolt the dude.
You're gonna watch a fireball then.
Big dude, yes, yeah.
Okay.
You're going to be like, come on, guys, let's get going.
I'm not gonna lie, if she would have escalated, I was going to.
Okay. So he has applied this brute force to the both of you, or attempted to apply this brute force to both of you, and then you hear those words from behind the three of you, and this small ball of fire goes hurling over to him. What did you roll for an attack roll?
12? Wow, guys,
12.
I don't know how we're rolling today.
I just got my dice.
It coasts just over his head, and you see that he looks at you and then looks surprised and then drops the stuff and attempts to try to push between you two to go directly for Adelina. He tries to just walk right through and part the three of you out of the way.
That's not happening because I was like,
Okay.
You picked on my friends, you're picking on her, and then I can feel that. I'm assuming my wild shape was part of that field that got lifted. Yeah.
That's correct.
So I am going to shapeshift, if you allow me, because I did. This is the right CR, but I know it's up to the DM's discretion, into a Velociraptor and try and take a bite out of this guy to hold him back. Just like, the dog that grabs onto the clothing to... Yeah.
Yep. I would like you to make an attack roll.
So my backup plan was to try to de-escalate this, but I think we're beyond that.
No.
There's a lot of different mentalities, means of approach coming in through here.
So this does have a multi-attack with 2 claws, so I'm just gonna go full on here.
Yep.
All right. So it's plus... The metal one is the bite. So that would be 12. Does that hit?
12 is not going to hit.
Okay. Dirty 20.
That's going to hit.
And an 18 for the claws.
And an 18 with the claws going to hit. So in order to hold him, along with doing the attack, I'd like one of you to also add in an athletics check.
Okay.
That I already rolled his, and I think you're in good shape.
I don't know.
To hold this guy.
Athletics for a Velociraptor is -1.
Okay. Well.
That's a 5.
That's a 5.
Oh.
And that's 6 plus 4 is 10 points of damage. So I don't hold him But
That's correct. And let me tell you, I felt very confident because he did roll a 6 on his escape check, but he did manage to get away. However, there's that moment of shock as he tries to part. He would push away Fluffgar and Sporonose to try to just move in, and he's an imposing guy, so he's able to kind of get that initial push in because he's right next to you two. However, Maple suddenly transforms. This would be the first time the three of you see this. And Maple just transforms the entire body into a velociraptor. And proceeds to just bite and slash at this man. And he recoils back, and now looking at him with you becoming a velociraptor, you throwing a firebolt at him, and then looks over at the two of you who have been speaking and gives a bit more of a gives a bit more credit looking at you and less of an imposing look. And I would like at this point for there to be a collective. I haven't done this before, but in this case I think it's warranted. I would like there to be a collective intimidation check for what's going on in the situation. And in particular, I would like Maple to roll at advantage because you just became a velociraptor with a prison movement crew that specifically negates magical transformations.
So when my arms are crossed trying to intimidate, I have one foot that's just getting ready to ram.
Okay, great.
Before we roll, I should let you know, thank you, Crazy Geek, also for letting me know that the alerts weren't working, but $15 donation, everyone gets advantage.
So that's going to be, in this case, incredibly imposing look from the entire group as you suddenly show, okay, you guys have your faculties together. You're not ones to just be pushed around.
Okay.
Do I have intimidation here?
My intimidation is terrible, so I have a 12.
That's with advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
They're not in
12.
alphabetical order.
15.
17.
16.
17 from Fluffgar, and 16 from the Velociraptor.
It's
overall, okay, that is sufficient in that, given the circumstances, this guy looks at the four of you and starts to give a little more look at Fluffgar and Sporonus, and just grabs the bag and just kind of pushes it a little bit towards you and backs up.
I'm going to slip out of the shackles
Mm-hmm.
and reach out and grab the bag to start kind of ripping it open and handing everything back out to people.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
While you're doing that, I'll kind of look at the loot and then look at you and look at the loot and look at you, almost like the puppy who's looking at their leash to go out for a walk. Like, can you hold this for me?
Make a. So that's towards the guard.
No, that's toward Kat's character.
Oh, okay, towards Sporonus. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So you're able to kind of rummage through the bag of things, and surprisingly, they do seem to at least follow the adherence to the laws that yes, they do need to keep your things just in case something happens. Not this. This was not what the law was intended to be used for. However, oh well, it worked out. As you're sorting through these things, another one of those lightning bolts drops down. This time, making contact with somebody. There is one prisoner who, in the flurry of, at this point, 5 of the other prisoners have gone away. The 4 of you are now converged on your bags, sort of like handing out, here's your stuff, here's my stuff and everything. There's this one individual who's just been sort of biding his time and looking very meekly, and you see this bolt of lightning impact him, and he's gone. And he disappears. And you see the two brutish, pack mule guys look at each other after seeing that, look up at the sky, and just scatter. You're still not fully sorting through your things at this point. You still have a bag of all of your things, which you've been deprived of for 2 months, that you still need to sort through. How do you proceed?
I'm kind of, as I'm taking out my belt from the bag and kind of clipping it back onto myself, kind of going, just...
Oh, Kat, you cut out there.
Oh, am I still here?
You're still here. I think your mic just might have not picked you up.
Oh, okay. Is it okay now?
It's now okay now, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I'm clipping on my belt, kind of going...
It did it again.
Oh.
It cut out again. At the same time you were saying something.
It really
Not sure what to say that.
Maybe it's your pitch?
Well, maybe it's my pitch. Okay. So, putting on my belt, I then say, does anybody know that guy's name?
Okay. So first off, that did work. You might have to do the rest of the session. You might have to do the rest of the session with a booming voice. That might be good. Yeah. Intelligence check for everybody. Does anybody remember that person's name?
Can I opt out because I can't communicate it anyway?
Yeah, that's if you're not contributing as a raptor, yeah.
Dice are not doing it today. Another 12. I need new dice.
Okay, people,
I got
we
4.
suck at rolling.
Yeah.
Give us
It's all up to
advantage.
Fluffgar with a -1 modifier for intelligence. Not the smartest. That is a total of 1. I rolled a 2.
I know I'm supposed to be carrying for the intelligence, but I'm not rolling well.
Nobody does know that person's name. Oh.
Well, we can call him Steve. Poor Steve.
He's Steve.
Okay. So yeah, with the brief lamentation of Steve, the fond memorial as you continue to sort through your stuff.
I'm gonna come over to try and make it faster because I'm like, okay, people are lightning disappearing. Like, let's go.
Absolutely, yeah. So there is more of that urgency of moving through the bag, doing all that, and as you're almost finished going through it, you see one of the brutish individuals from reasonably far. As he booked it. A lightning bolt grabs him, disappeared. It makes contact with him, disappears as well, and he's gone quite far.
I don't trust this lightning.
Mm-hmm.
I might try and make some panic noises, like "Rrr, rrr," like run, and then just start like grabbing the edge of the bag and like tugging it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, at this point, Maple is kind of pulling on the bag as everybody else is like finishing up. At this point, with all of your stuff, you've sorted through it. You now have everything that you have previously owned on your person, and you're able to make a run from this position if you choose.
Yeah. While I'm assuming I have my component pouch on me now, so I'd like to cast Mage Heart on myself.
Sure. Absolutely.
A little boost.
Yep. You managed to cast that without issue. It's the first time you've been able to, or I guess the second time, excluding the firebolt, that you've been able to cast a spell without issue for 2 months. So nice feeling. You have this glimmering field of magical armor on you, which is glowing a bit more than usual. And as you continue, you keep running, and the ones in front of the pack that you're running with make impact with a very gentle, almost elasticy kind of bouncy barrier in front of you. No impact damage, completely invisible. And as you kind of impact it and you look, you can see that there is a sort of pink-purple swirling hue to the air inside, on the side you're on, and outside looks exactly how the terrain looked just before you saw all this swirling lightning bolt cloud stuff. Still snow on the other side. Still untouched.
Is it magical? Like, do I know what is going on?
Normally, that'd be an Arcana check. With you being a wizard, this is 100% magical. This is 100% magical. Yeah, you know for certain.
But what's going on? Like, can I...
In terms of the details of it, I'll get you to roll an Arcana check for that.
Okay. I was like, please, I want details. Come on. Oh my God, I'm rolling like garbage. Thank God it's +7. But still crappy. 11? Oh my God.
11. Okay. There are in this world where magic does exist, there are magical phenomenons. There are, just like there are, hurricanes and typhoons, there are weather phenomenons, there are also magical convergences. When you have this, world full of wild magical energies, you have wizards channeling things, you have magical creatures, there are going to be occasionally these, not natural, but like occurring and uncontrolled convergences of magical energy. What exactly is happening here, what exactly it's doing, you do not know, but this is sort of this seems to be a large manifestation of just wild, unhinged magical energy. Why does you surmise that? As you're dealing with the barrier, and you, Adelina, are sort of like, what is this? What's going on here? Another lightning bolt heads down, and it in the briefest of seconds, if looking up, you could see it looks like it's aiming for in between the four of you. And it splits off. And darkness. And all of you get this feeling of a weird, sort of nauseating, inducing weightlessness. Your perception of feeling, smell, taste, especially sight, are all completely muted. You lose all sense of where you are, where things are, what is up, what is down. And then there's this feeling of a loss of consciousness. So there's this moment where you're aware that you are not aware at all of what's going on. And then you are all unconscious. An indeterminate amount of time passes as the way that this works with your sense of things. You're not able to really discern how much, but an amount of time passes and the four of you awaken.
I have a question.
Oh yeah?
Just because wild shape does go by time, is there enough time passed that I am back to normal?
All four of you are in your humanoid form. The wild shape has passed.
Okay.
And in fact, from a mechanical standpoint, all of your hit points, all of your spell slots, all of your resources are restored. As you eventually come to, you feel as though the fatigue from walking, the long march up towards, has passed, and you now feel well rested. But you all awaken, all face down, not only in possession of your wares, but wearing them. Maple, your unique set of clothing that allows you to not only, go with changing how you appear and the shape you're taking, also allowing you to manifest different outfits depending on your role. that is currently on your person. You are now wearing that. All of your clothing and armor that you normally would have worn is on you. In addition, Fluffgar, a new greatsword is currently in your possession. As you're sleeping, you feel your hand resting on the handle of this rather pristine-looking nice sword.
Ooh.
In addition, both Adelina and Maple wake up with a staff or a wand in either of their hands as well. Spornus, you have all of your accoutrement on you, on your person, exactly where you would put it. Just in the right way. And as the four of you wake up, so does a fifth of you. Or a fifth person. Not a fifth of, not a fraction. Yeah. Who you know as Steve.
Steve!
Who you know as Steve is also in the process of sort of waking up and acclimating themselves in this. Now, as you get more and more familiar with this large open stone, this large, rather spacious stone chamber, very orthogonal, very plain in its architecture, in its structure. You've got about 50 feet in terms of width and about 20 feet in terms of length, and there are these 15-foot tall stone walls all around. There are, as you look around all the corners, you see there is a large pile, not alarming at all, of bones in one of the corners, in the back right corner here. You see who you know as Steve looking around and feeling a familiar tug of a chain on their wrist. And as you all see that, and you can look and see, you also have a chain on your wrist as well. Each of you attached to the ground. It's sort of locked around your wrist and then attached to a point in the ground. And you see Steve fumbling in his pocket and trying desperately to fiddle with the locking mechanism. And is looking at the four of you and just trying desperately to get this to work. What do you four do?
I am also going to pull out my thieves' tools and try to get my lockdown done.
Okay, sounds good. So you're working on lockpicking yours as well.
Yeah.
Everybody else? You're all also spaced out about 10 feet apart from each other, with Steve being at sort of like the front of the room where there is this very large opening that at the moment looks a bit not foggy, but it's unclear what to see beyond that opening, but just because of the poor lighting in here.
Yeah, are the chains long enough so that if I have a spell with the range of touch, I could like really stretch and touch someone?
With the 10 feet and the lack of give in the I guess manacle, you are not able to reach out and touch anyone. You are spaced out just enough that you have sort of the freedom to like stand up and move, but not actually reach out and touch somebody else. Yeah.
I have thieves' tools as well, so I'm going to lockpick mine.
Gotcha.
Good idea.
Spornus and Adelina have the exact same idea and are just going out with the thieves' tools. Fluffgar, what are you doing?
I'm going to try to rip it out of the ground.
Okay, go with the strength approach.
I got a +6 to athletics if
okay.
All right.
Good to know. And Maple.
Not even kidding. I rolled a 1. So that's 7.
Okay.
Heaven.
I do have these tools, but I'll probably
That's what kind of game it's going to be.
look
Sorry.
at one of the people who are far more proficient with them and be like, when you're done, could I impose?
Okay. Okay. Could I get dexterity checks if you have proficiency with thieves' tools? You can add that as well for the two going the thieves' tool approach. Fluffgar, for you give you kind of get a feel of what the give is with this chain and where to kind of put the right amount of torque, and you lean your feet back and pull up, and you pull for a good solid sustained period of time, and you're just yanking, exerting, and these are really strong chains. You are not breaking out of them with sheer force. This thing is holding you very strong, and it gets to the point where you're going to do some damage to yourself if you keep pulling onto this, because this is really, really solid craftsmanship in terms of it holding onto you. So you exert for a while and just see that this is not going anywhere with this approach.
Okay.
The Thieves' Duel rolls?
14.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out if I'm proficient or not, but I am.
Okay. So 14.
I forgot to write that.
And then Adelina, you have?
Oh my god. What? 8? Oh my god.
8. Okay.
Our dice
So
are
bad.
not happy.
No.
Adelina is sort of struggling with the intricacy of this. Sportus, you're taking a bit more of a methodical approach of just understanding this lock mechanism, because it seems rather unique. It's not something you've seen before. So you're kind of taking it in, getting a feel for it, and patiently going about it, feeling as though making progress, but at the same time, this is rather impressive craftsmanship. Maple, if you're looking towards the one who is doing the best in terms of their progress, Steve, you hear several promising clicks as Steve is doing that, and hears you and starts to go a little bit faster as you have said that, and you hear click click ting 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 ting.
What is he using again?
What is he?
What is he using?
He also has a set of lockpicks on his person that he fumbled through and is now working on. Who would have thought a fellow prisoner had lockpicks on him? So he is going through, and before either of you are able to make any meaningful detached progress, Steve's wrist restraint drops down to the floor, and he looks over to he looks up at you, Maple, and then looks to the opening, and then looks back at you.
In that moment, I might try and persuade him. I'm like, you don't know what is on the other side of that door, and I can guarantee you have a better chance of survival if we all go with you.
He's going to look, and for a moment, you think, okay, he sees the light of what you're talking about. And then, instead of being obscured, you see in that opening, it's about a 10-foot wide opening in the stone wall that opens up in front of you, and all 5 of you have this clear line of sight of what's there. You start to see what looks like sunlight slowly appear, almost or actually rather quickly appear. It almost looks like an accelerated sunrise as it gradually illuminates what's behind that passageway. And it looks as though it opens up into a stone floor that just opens right into a tranquil forested expanse. And that light shining in there catches his eye, and he begins to just look over there and just says to himself, "That's freedom." And he's just going to run.
Wow.
He's going to run right for that.
You piece.
Spornus, you begin, as he is making his way towards, you start to feel as though you're making some progress on there. Maple, at this point now, Sportus, you hear a couple of those promising clicks that indicate now Sportus is kind of the person who is, the next one to look to, as Steve is gone.
Hi, Steve.
And Steve is going to come back.
Hi, Steve.
As Steve is running through this passage with this gleeful air of, I was locked up, freedom is right there, I'm heading towards it, forget these people behind me, I'm looking out for myself, this is going to be great. His body gets thrown back to behind Fluffgar with an astounding amount of force. And as you see from behind the stone wall, just to the right, you see this incredibly sized maul that is swung at and making an impact at Steve, sending him back. And Steve lands back against the wall here, and Steve is no more. There is no how is his body doing? His body is looking much closer to the pile of bones than what you guys are in terms of the sheer amount of force that's been thrown at him from the maul.
Is it clear that these are humanoid bones or other types of bones?
Make a, from this distance, I'd say disadvantage, but make a nature check. Or medicine check. Nature or medicine, your preference.
I think they're the same, so.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll go, oh no, nature is lower for some reason. Okay, disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm not completely sucking. 13.
13, yeah. So even from this distance, you are able to remark as the force of that comes back. You look back at Steve's now just obliterated body. You look over at the bones, and some of them are humanoid. Some of them are not. It is a hodgepodge of many a bones. And some of them you recognize from humanoid anatomy. Some of them you recognize from bestial anatomy or other sorts. The maul has been swung and launches Steve back, and then emerging from just behind the stone wall, you see towering over you at sort of reaching the height maximum of this 15-foot tall stone-walled area that you're in. This massive humanoid body adorned with a bull's head with an incredibly sized maul looks down at the four of you with this hulking physique and just furrows its brow and lets out this big huff, like this big snort of air. Looks at the four of you closely and just says, "You cannot escape alone." And the stone walls shift. And that glimmer of sunlight and freedom and forest is now completely obscured. And there are now two open chambers on your left and right as the stone walls have shifted. And as that happens, Spornus, you manage to take your manacle off.
I'll just
I'm like, damn it, Steve.
Just as he is like closing this, saying you can't do it alone, and it was like, but that's what I told Steve.
It's rather cruel irony there for Steve to just like, no, I'll be fine. And that
I'll go right over and start helping Maple.
Okay.
With their cups.
I'll thank you immediately. Be like, thank you.
So I'll get another roll for each of you. Adeline, I'll give after that amount of time, I'll get you another roll. Spornus, you can also. Fluffgar, do you have any additional approaches here?
I was thinking I could try to Eldritch Blast my chain.
Okay, going with the force approach again. Sure.
Fluffgar's not very smart, so he's
okay.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna cast guidance on Sporinus. So you get plus D4.
Ooh, okay.
I got it.
I had a natural 1.
Natural 1, okay.
I was hoping you were giving me advantage, not...
Okay. Adelina?
I can't give you advantage.
18.
Oh,
18, okay.
Yeah.
For myself.
Yeah. Adelina, you do manage to eventually lockpick the... or manage to break the lock of here, and you feel the heavy restraint fall down, and you are now once again free to your own devices.
Is the bull still in the room?
So the bull was behind the stone, basically like the opening of the stone wall that has been closed off.
Oh.
So this large, bull-headed, like hulking, massive physique uttered those words to you, and then the wall closed them off, along with the like forested, sunlit, picturesque expanse that you saw.
If Fluffgar didn't break himself out, I will go help him. But I guess we'll see how his health.
Yeah.
So out of character, I know that this isn't going to work, but I think he would try. So I also have Mage Hand because I'm a Paladin Warlock. So I was thinking I would use Mage Hand to like hold the chain up so that I can get a good shot at it, and then just fire 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Yes. Okay. You hold it up with the mage hand. So, well, are you holding it up with the mage hand or the center of it to kind of, because it is attached to your literal hand.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I guess I was thinking I would like hold it like mage hand would be holding like that, and then I need to use my somatic to cast Eldritch Blast, and then
I think that makes sense. So instead of just like dangling it down here, you've got like a little piece held up with the mage hand, and you're thinking, just targeted spot right here. And the Eldritch Blast, with incredible power, goes right through the chains and proceed to just sort of like dissipate in terms of magical force against the wall with no clear like damage of any sort there.
Okay. Well, I've tried breaking it. it. I'm all out of ideas. Sorry. Anybody able to help me?
Okay.
Yeah. I'll come over and be like, I like the way you think, but I start working on it myself.
At this point, even though I guess Mabel does not consider herself that skilled in the thieves' tools, she'd be like, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna try this for myself. I appreciate your help. So I do have thieves' tools. I do have proficiency with thieves' tools. So I'm gonna try to escape myself, because the first 2 people I've asked.
Trying to help you. Scornus just stabbed himself in the hand over and over by mistake with their tool.
Scornus got fired. Like, damn.
just a lot of fumbling of the tools. Like the amount of times, oh darn, and there's like a lot of clattering over there for you. Yeah. So go ahead and make your roll, Maple and Adelina, to help with Fluffgar.
Yes, natural 20.
Beautiful. You had to see that it could be done, and it's okay, they are unlockable. Done. You're all good. You're now free. And finally, Adelina. 22, and Fluffgar, you loosened it. You definitely
Nice.
lose it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes
Because like Adelina did it a little faster this time, so you had to have helped.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, not practice.
Yeah.
I help.
Yeah. So at this point,
Thank you.
you are all free of the manacles that were holding you to the ground. You can see now Steve's lifeless body thrown against the wall, almost like becoming part of the wall with the sheer amount of force from that ball, is back there along with the pile of bones, and there are 2 openings on your left and right. What would you all like to do?
Before we leave, no, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, just as they were undoing their things and kind of looking or undoing their chains and looking at the dead bodies and bones,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say, it's okay. We got this. We're good. It's fine. We're going to get out, and I'm going to take 10 minutes and inspire everyone as they're kind of undoing and figuring out where we're going to go. So
Okay.
I'll get 8 temporary hit points.
Nice. Okay. The very needed in the grim situation you find yourself, pep talk from Spornus does give you some tangible motivation in the form of mechanically 8 temporary hit points, but also that emotional uplifting. Very nice. So spending the next 10 minutes sort of doing that, and I'll say sort of getting yourselves, acclimated to you're kind of ready to go. You're all getting ready for whatever it is you're going to do, and going through the talking over the next few minutes of your plan. So have at it. What is your approach?
My mage armor's gone.
At this point, your mage armor is gone, and you would have gotten the spell slot back.
And I'll do it again.
Okay. Yeah.
You
Okay,
ain't
so mage
dumb.
armor is up. Yep.
I guess I'll just sort of repeat what I said to Steve. I'm like, maybe we should take the Minotaur's advice and, stick together and just go one way. Because
I want to walk over. Yeah, I'm gonna walk over to Steve and be like, Steve, you fool. And I saw his lockpick, so I'm gonna take him.
Okay, with but a moment for a sad word to Steve, and then
Call him a
taking the
moron and
stuff.
check what he's got on him, because it's no use to him anymore.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Okay.
Oh.
13?
Okay. It's actually kind of difficult. Despite seeing the pocket that he had the thieves' tools in, it's a little hard to find, because the way his body was before and after impact are kind of different. Like, that was a very substantial wallop. So it takes you a little while to find that, and aside from that, there's a little bit of a there's not much more you can find here in a comfortable. Yeah, you're not just getting Steve on you, kind of thing. So you managed to get the additional set of thieves' tools, but you're not able to find anything else of note, as everything else is just sort of a yes.
I have whatever, and I'm like, you did your part, Steve. I can put it on me, and
Okay.
I'll regroup.
Okay, sounds good. So Spornus given the speech. Maple, you have the idea of all traveling together. Adelina, you've procured additional materials from the room. Fluffgar, do you have any?
I do.
Anything additional? Okay, yeah.
So
Great.
you mentioned those chains and manacles being of exceptional quality. Is there anything? So I don't really have anything to do while this is happening, and as a trained blacksmith, I'd be curious about, because obviously gotta get my priorities straight. What makes these chains and manacles so special? Are they like some kind of magical otherworldly metal, or?
Okay, yeah. So give me an intelligence check,
Oh, I'm great at those.
and if you have anything if you have any sort of like proficiency, actually I would say with blacksmith tools, you could apply your proficiency with blacksmith tools if you have that.
Okay.
Can I tap
Given
him,
that you're going the approach.
That'd be a 13.
tap him on the
Oh.
back and be like, "You got this." Guys.
There we go. Yeah, plus a d4.
Yes. Okay. So what did I say? 13 plus 2, 15.
15. Okay. Looking at them, there is no sign of any sort of like magical runes of any sort. There doesn't appear to be any sort of like, at least obvious enchantment. However, these are mithril chains. These are like heavy-duty mithril chains. So these are like exceptionally high quality in terms of the material there, and it makes a lot of sense of like with the sheer mass of how much there is there, and like such a strong material, it makes sense that you were not able to just yank that thing
Right.
straight away. So like this is a solid material that's here. It is still attached to the floor, and there's not like a lock that holds it on there, but it's just like basically affixed to the floor. But you have like 5 mithril chains just left out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we had more time, I'd like to collect these, but anyway. Besides the point, I would
Right.
that was partially for his own selfish interest and easily distracted mind, but also have an idea what we're up against.
You're definitely dealing with like high end craftsmanship, and like even just the room of just like the sheer size of it, and looking out to what was there, the shifting walls and everything. There's a lot of signs of like meticulous work, and also a lot of work, or like the capacity to do very grand things in terms of very difficult to work with materials is what you're dealing with that check there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll also be admiring this new sword that I got. I'd be a little perplexed as to why I just had a new sword in my...
Yeah, there's something about this sword that really makes you just kind of not aware of everything, but nonplussed by everything. Everything is a bit more like, yeah, that's what that is. Everything's a little less surprising.
Yeah, I look at the crew and maybe I didn't notice right away. Did you folks get new items as well?
I'll just sort of take the staff out.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it was just my wand. But did I have that before? I don't remember.
So, Adelina, you did have a wand. It wasn't this wand.
Oh, okay.
Similarly, Spornus, your belt that you put on, this is a different belt. It's a much fancier. It's a much more fancy belt. It has a bit of a kind of dwarvish, accent to it. Likewise for you, Maple, you also did not have a staff that looked quite so ornate and kind. You did not have a staff that looked so kind before. So each of you has received some particular object that you all feel, despite not ever consciously seeing these objects before, you all have an almost like intuitive connection with knowing what these do. For the viewers, just to also to divulge, there is a staff of healing for Maple. There is a wand of magic missiles for Adelina. There is a belt of dwarven kind for Spornus, and there is a great sword of warning for Fluffgar.
I like it.
PSA. Yeah. So you're able to kind of collect yourselves, get yourselves all ready, and then from here it is up to you. How would you like to proceed? You've sort of cased this room in terms of evaluating where it's at. Nothing has happened of note in terms of either any sort of shifting walls or sounds or anything sort in the time you've spent, deliberating over what you're going to do and your speech and collecting yourself and what have you.
Can I just
Sure.
go to one doorway, not like in the doorway, but still in this room, and just sort of look in one room to the left and then do the same on the right? Is there any real
sure.
discernible difference?
Right. Yeah. So as you go from one end to the other, kind of looking in, you see these very very orthogonal, very straightforward, but differently appearing stone pathways. Looking from one end to the other, it looks very maze-like. In terms of you have a flat wall that goes off in this direction, and then you see it opens up into a different direction. If you look down that way, you see over here it opens up into two different directions over here. On the other side, it goes straight forward for a while, and then there's one opening on the left, and there's a further opening on the right. It looks very maze-like in terms of the exits on both sides.
Looks half a dozen of one, six of the other. So, anyone have a favorite direction?
Go right. Right.
Go right. Spartus with the absolutely clear, adamant direction. Go right. Any objections?
No.
I'm right-handed, so right sounds good to me.
I think I just gave permission for either one by asking, so.
Right. Okay. Sounds good. So making your way into the right one, this one goes for like a pretty long period of time and then kind of diverts into one to the left, one to the right. And you get the sense pretty quickly going in that if you walk in this direction, then go into the other direction, there's a lot of winding and moving around. It is very maze-like in its architecture. If you were to kind of like mentally map it out, kind of like looking from above of how this looks, you very quickly get the sense that this is very maze-like architecture here. And in terms of navigating this, since you all are collectively staying together, I will say everybody can make an intelligence check for investigation. As collectively the four of you are kind of navigating through this area here.
I want to mark where we're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
With I don't even...
And maybe
like a knife, or you know what I mean? Like
just little scratches there?
Yeah, scrape the floor from the direction we've been coming from so that if it ever does loop, we could see that.
Yep. Okay, so you're marking the paths that you almost like leaving little knife scratch mark breadcrumbs of where you've been, where you've traversed already.
Yeah, and even like if right in front of us is like go right or left, pick the one, like scratch the one that we picked so that if for some reason we loop back around, we're like, oh, we went that way already, so let's try the other.
Absolutely. Makes perfect sense. Yep. So investigation rolls for everybody?
10.
10. Okay. Uno.
A 1.
17.
17. Okay.
17 as well.
17 as well. Yeah. So, Fluffgar, it's not your wheelhouse, and you got some smart people who know what they're talking about, know where they're going. That's fine. Sportus, you picked right. That was great. You started everybody off. You got the first direction going. Everybody else can kind of keep going from there. Both Maple and Adelina, you get a pretty good sense, especially with Adelina making the marks here of you're not doubling back, you're not spending an additional time kind of finding, we've already been, wait, were we already here? Like you have those clear marks to indicate this is where things are. And it takes you about 45 minutes of traversing through here before you get to a large open chamber. And you've gone through a few dead ends. Like there'd be a total of 4 dead ends that you went and had to double back. And through Adelina's markings, okay, we can go this way next. We can go this way next. As you approach this room, it wasn't really noticeable in that it was a very comfortable temperature. But as you approach in, you start to see your breath. And it starts to get rather chilly. Noticeably chilly as you get in closer and closer. And you see, as you get into like the opening of this room, there is no longer stone floor in this big open chamber. But instead, there is a sort of like naturally, slowly sloping up from the center sheet of ice that moves up and sort of forms like a more natural, like rounded edge, or not even edge, but like a smoother sort of natural formation of ice to look more like a cave than a room that this whole passageway opens up into. For the most part, the ice has a bit of an opaqueness to it, with the exception of on the right of the chamber, there's a bit of a translucentness on the right side of it. How would you all like to proceed? As this is what the first chamber you're going, you see that is different.
I kind of shuffle across the ice over to the translucent area to look through it.
Sure. So as you approach in, you can see that the large translucent thing of ice, it on the opposite side of it, you do see another passage opening. It looks like a very like similarly sized door structure that you can look in and see. To the left, you see another opaque covering of ice here, and straight ahead of where you were, or of where you came in, it looks like a thin layer of ice is covering over a stone wall. So it looks like there's, to your left, there's just like a really thick ice wall. To your right, there's a transparent ice wall that you see some sort of opening passage. Where you came from behind, and a big old wall on the front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It looks like we ought to keep going right through this ice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everybody else entering into the room?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
I would be immediately curious with the opaque ice, because I would assume that means it's thicker. There's more of it.
So like giving the sort of rough inspection, like a physical inspection, or just kind of looking at it. You definitely get the sense initially walking up to it that the opaque ice is colder. Like you get more of like an ambient chill from walking towards the opaque ice. Over by the translucent ice, it looks like it would be like on the thinner side, just from the fact that more light is passing through it, without any sort of like major inspection, but just kind of like a cursory glance, like it looks thinner on the see-through side. Yeah.
Okay. So my thought is that there might be something more rewarding through the more ice, because more ice means more reward. That's what Fluffgar's brain's gonna think.
Okay.
Nothing worth doing is easy. So he's gonna go for the
yeah.
That's his mindset. He's gonna bring that to the group, but also he'll see what they want as well.
Okay.
I want to kind of more closely examine the thin ice to see if I think my flaming sphere can get through it, basically.
Okay.
Melt it away.
Okay. So yeah, like looking at it, would you be like manipulating, like for example, like manipulating fire to try to like conjuring some fire to see how the ice reacts to it, kind of thing?
Like if I can kind of do like a mini, almost starting to conjure firebolt, but not the whole attack, with just the fire.
Yeah, you have enough of a control of fire that you can just sort of like create some there, and it does manage to, like, the heat of that magical fire you start to see like some water dripping down and melting of that ice. So like, fire does seem to, melt through this as you cast it there. Yep.
And then the front wall, is it thick as well? Like the one that was in front of us when we walked in?
The front wall is pretty thin, and you can see through like the transparency of it that there is another stone wall behind that.
Oh.
Like the wall that's like opposite of where you walked in. It just appears to be a standard stone wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you summoning forth a flaming sphere?
I'll ask people's opinion.
Okay.
I'll say,
Okay.
Should I just flaming sphere and melt this side?
don't see why not, or do we want to go for the other side?
This one looks easier. If you want to flame it, otherwise I'll hit it with my sword.
Oh. No, I'll cast Flaming Sphere.
Okay.
So it's a 5-foot sphere.
Yep.
So just stand back, guys. Stand at least 5
slowly.
feet back.
Mhm. Yep.
And yeah, I'm gonna keep it kind of close to the wall. I'm not gonna try to ram it, or I don't even know. It lasts a minute anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Do I have to roll anything, or does this just happen?
So the fact that you're dealing with a static wall of ice, there's no dex save the wall of ice is going to make, and you would be rolling the full damage for it. So we would deal the total like 10 full rounds of it. So if you're casting the flaming sphere on there, I will say go ahead and roll 20d6 for the amount of fire damage that as this flaming sphere is being placed up against the like big wall of ice, and it's just like slowly almost like boring through to try
20?
to melt through that. 20, yeah. So it's 2d6, 10 rounds through.
Okay.
Yeah. As you start with the flaming sphere,
Yeah.
there's like a little bit of like a low rumbling, like a very, very gentle, very gentle earthquake. Nothing to be alarmed about.
Okay, we're gonna commit, I think.
So as the flaming sphere starts to do that, there's this low rumbling, and then the walls also start to, like, you see like a little bit of movement here, and this is something you've seen before, in that there was a bit of a, you didn't perceive it all at once with the hulking bull-headed figure impacting Sieve into the wall. This is what happened right before the walls shifted. And you see the walls start to slowly vibrate, and then the passage behind you closes. So you are now sealed in the room with the transparent ice that is being bored through with the flaming sphere by Adelina.
Did the wall in front of me stay where it needs to be to keep melting it in the same spot?
There is no wall behind the transparent opening, and that passage remains open.
Okay.
Yep.
Do I have to tell you how much damage I did to it?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, sorry.
This is the fun of playing an evocation wizard. Many, many dice. Many d6s.
I did 73 damage.
73 damage. Okay. So you make a considerable amount of progress into there. Roughly a third of the ice, in terms of depth for how deep it looks, appears to have been melted in from your flaming sphere. As you finish that casting of it, and after the walls seem to kind of settle, there's another rumbling. This time not from the floor, as you felt before, but there's a bit more of a vibration coming from the opaque side of the ice.
Oh god. Do we need an exit?
There's something behind there, isn't there?
Little pieces of ice start to chip off of the opaque ice, like little bit by little bit, but there's an initial drop of it that kind of catches your attention as a chip of ice drops down from the opaque piece.
Well,
I told you there's something good back there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Fluffguard's going to get his answer to his question.
I am
It
going
got
to.
me. It got me how much of the way through the wall? Sorry, I
A
forgot.
third.
1/3?
About a third.
What the hell?
I can add my Eldritch Blast, add some force damage to.
Okay.
If that would help. 2d10 per.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
You can make an attack roll against the wall of ice.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna keep fire bolting in a panic.
Okay, so you're sending a
that
few
rumbling?
firebolts. Yeah, sending a few firebolts, sending some Eldritch Blasts.
Okay.
Yep.
How many do I have time to make? Sorry to interrupt.
I'll get you to make your first attack roll.
Okay.
Like you just do one to start. Yeah.
While they're doing that, I'm going to go over by the opaque roll and ready both my daggers for whatever's coming through that wall.
Okay. So you have daggers ready near the opaque wall where there's like a considerably greater chill comes off of it, and you feel it there. The little pieces of ice start to shatter off and fall to the ground. That it almost like it sounds like glasses being shattered as the pieces of ice fall down and then break onto the stone floor. Maple, what are you doing?
I'm going to position myself in between the two groups, basically being a bit of a guard for the people who are working on the exit. And if shit gets real, I could support Sporius?
Spornus.
Okay.
Spornus.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So you're at the ready, sort of in between your middle group support. The Eldritch Blast was
23 to hit.
23. That definitely going to make a sufficient impact. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay.
All I did was roll damage.
Also roll to hit. Yeah.
So that's 10 damage. I get 2 bolts at this level because I'm level 5. So.
Yep. 10 damage for the first one.
And second one, so first one's 10. Second one is 13. I rolled a 10 because I get to add my charisma. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I will say this: the AC for ice as a static object is 13. So 13, you're good.
Okay.
I'm guessing the firebolt hit most likely.
Yeah, it was a 17 to hit, and I did 11 damage.
11 damage there, and the Eldritch Blast was 10 and second one?
13. Sorry, 13 damage.
13 damage. Okay, yeah. So with those impacts, you see that the Eldritch Blast, there's a significant lack of it doesn't quite have the right amount of punch in that the force you're applying is doing a little bit to chip away, but overall the fire is considerably more effective in terms of melting it. That said, the Eldritch Blast is kind of like chipping away, especially at the weaker spots. As you kind of line yourselves up where you're seeing the firebolts are like the big, impactful, hot spots, the Eldritch Blast is kind of cleaning out the looser bits, and you're able to kind of synchronize, your attacks through there. Spornus, the opaqueness of the ice is starting to come through a little bit as you see the pieces kind of splinter off a little bit. And you're up there, ready to go with the daggers, looking at the opaque wall. And probably about a 1.5 foot sized, just inside the ice, a 1.5 foot tall eye opens from behind the ice. And there's that sort of the initial opening an eye and perceiving for the first time. There's that initial sort of opening, taking everything in, and there's just a sort of aimless looking about, and then it looks at you.
I'm going to put my dagger suddenly behind my back and go, oh.
Still behind the wall of ice, the eye looks at you, and you feel and hear the shatterings and the vibration behind the wall become faster and louder.
Guys, that exit would be nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue to talk to the eye.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm gonna this. Were you sleeping? Did we wake you up? I'm sorry if we woke you up. We're trapped in this ice. So could you help us out? Do you want to help us get out? I'm sorry, like we'll let you sleep if that was the case. We just need to get out of here.
Firebolt.
So continue on with the firebolt and the eldritch blast for you two to work on the exit. Okay.
Yeah.
Make a just as sort of like an averaging out. Make one more damage roll for both your damage rolls for each of you, just to kind of see how you're doing roughly in terms of progress. As the rumbling got more and more intense, you're at about 2/3 of the ice through at this point, with the two of you powering through it.
I got a 9 and a 7.
9 and a 7. Okay.
I rolled 4 total.
Okay, so the firebolts are starting to like it's like either through the depth of it that it's going, or just the intensity of it. The ice might be a little bit more, colder and thicker at this point. The firebolts don't seem to quite be doing the job, and because of that, the Eldritch Blast is starting to be a little bit less effective from that lack of like sufficient heat.
Right.
Sportus, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Holy God.
16.
16. That's good. Okay. You manage to, as you're rather engrossed talking to this eye, and excusing for didn't mean to wake you, all that. You do manage to kind of catch the sound of a very high up large chunk of ice that comes down and would have dropped right on you, but you manage to kind of dart out of the way, and it shatters and it impacts, and you manage to avoid any damage from it. But you see, as you darted over to the side, the eye follows you. And you see a little bit of a eye, the one almost the brow of it kind of closes and furrows as it focuses right on you.
Did you drop that on me? That wasn't very nice. I said that we were not trying to wake you up. We're just trying to get out of here.
There's a large rumbling on the kind of like upper right part of the opaque part of the wall, and a large appendage that best looks like a tail unearths itself from the ice and comes out with a large amount of force and sends forward a big spray of shards of ice towards the entire room. I would like everybody to make dexterity saving throws. You're lucky that you two are closer towards the transparent part, so you have a little bit of extra time to react because you're focused on the wall. So I might have said disadvantage, but no, you're fortunate that you're a little bit farther and have more time to react.
25.
25. Okay.
19.
I got an 8 anyway. 8.
12.
But a +0 on that, at least. There's no negative applied to my dex.
Okay. Sorry, 25. 12. Maple, you were at?
19.
19. Okay. So Sportus and Maple, looking more at the creature, I think aptly. Creature. What did I say, creature? The wall. Just the wall. Looking at the opaque wall, you manage to see this coming a little bit and manage to kind of duck out of the way, only taking a portion of the piercing and cold damage from these shards of ice being flown at you. You will each take 7 points of damage in total, whereas the other two are going to take 14 points of cold and piercing damage as this tail whips at you this immense amount of sharp ice.
Okay. I am a silver dragon. I think I get resistance on cold for that.
You would have resistance to the cold aspects. So that would bring you down to, you would take 10 points of damage.
Right, because it's a combination of cold.
It's a combination of the two, but yeah, you would go down to only 10 because the cold doesn't really bother you as much.
I'll take it. Cold doesn't bother me anyway.
Oh my god, Elsa!
It almost slipped out as soon as it is, like somebody's going to fill that in.
Of course.
Yeah.
With that, I would like to be like, nope, and try to do the flaming sphere again to really just try to plow through the wall.
Okay, so you summon forth another flaming sphere, and you're boring through it with a lot more power. The Eldritch Blast complements that even more, as it's a sustained heat that you're able to kind of chip away and make a 5 foot in diameter tunnel there. Yeah. Anybody else doing anything there?
I am.
I was just gonna be like, I'm gonna take out my loot and I'm gonna very slowly approach the creature, and I'm gonna be like, look, I know we disturbed your nap. How about you just relax and go back to sleep? I don't have calm emotions, so this is probably just gonna be a performance roll, and I'm gonna start singing a lullaby like, pretty little eye, close that lid, go back to the world of dreams.
Go ahead and make a performance check. I won't tell you the DC.
18, mostly because
18.
I'm efficient.
Okay. You do manage to have the attention of the eye turned towards you from Spornas. Oh, speaking of that, those 8 temporary hit points seem immensely helpful. Given that, by the way, I just realized that was really good. Yeah, Spornas, what are you up to as the attention has sort of shifted over to Maple? At the very least, Maple starts singing this lullaby.
I reach into the rest bag that is hanging over my shoulder, and I pull out a rat and throw it at the tail.
You throw out a rat?
Yes, it was a rat. So that came. I pulled a rat out of my bag of tricks.
Okay,
and
so
thrown it at the tail.
Nice.
Nap time snack.
Okay, so you throw it up there at the tail. Oh boy. Okay. The rat gets thrown up as the eye converges over to Maple for a bit, and as the rat gets thrown up, there is a just startled squeak, because honestly, if you were a rat and you just got produced out of a bag and thrown at a wall of ice and a very large tail, that's a lot. That's a lot, to be honest. So there's this very alarmed squeak that accentuates the arc of this rat that you threw. And the eye quickly darts over at the rat. And the tail goes to swing at the rat. And I love this so much, it rolled a natural 1 on its attack, which I think is the only way for it to miss. But the rat gets gently swatted as the tail just grazes by it, and the rat scurries along the wall and runs away, and the eye focuses in on the rat, and you see the tail slapping at the ice at the wall, and several pieces of ice go following the rat, which is scurrying away trying to avoid it.
And I use my bonus action to command the rat to try to grab onto the tail.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So
Make an animal handling check. That is also a big ask of a rat.
Team Exit just hears lullabies and the squeals of panic rats.
13.
13. Okay. I would like to hear how you convey to the rat.
Hey, rat,
Yeah.
grab onto the tail. Just hold on. Put your hands in and grab your teeth onto it and just hold on really tight. You got it, Ratty. You got it.
Okay. So the rat, like, the full trajectory rat, you threw it out of the bag, it got grazed by the tail, just managed to miss it, it kind of scurried along the wall and started just darting along the floor with the ice coming down, and the ice seeming to kind of have, or the tail and the eye and everything have the attention focused on the rat, and it's darting around all that, and you shout that over to the rat, and there's moment, because rats are kind of intelligent. There's a moment where the eyes of the rat look over at you, and you just get this feeling that the rat is asking you, with its limited animal intelligence, "Are you kidding? Really that?" And proceeds to continue to scurry out in the exact opposite direction of the ice and the tail.
I can translate if you want. I have speech of the woods.
Could you give me the flaming sphere 20 d6 damage?
Yeah, I was
For the
waiting
minute?
because I didn't know if I was doing the whole minute or if I got interrupted
Yep.
or whatever. So, okay,
Yep.
I'll start doing that now.
You do that. Fluffgar, are you continuing with the Eldritch Blast support?
I guess if it's helping at all, it's about the only thing I can do. So
You do see that, like, the little chips it is making progress. It's not as impactful as just fire against ice works good, but you are clearing out a more like obvious path that you'll be able to traverse through as you're shooting these bolts at. Yeah, or these.
I do also have shatter, but I think I'll just go with the rapid fire, the cantrip.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Sounds good. Okay. The rat is scurrying about, trying to dodge the ice there. It manages to make it pretty far. Like, it makes it to one quarter of the room and then another side of the room near the entrance that you first walked into. And then a piece of ice just impacts on the rat. And this is... I mean, you don't know what this is behind the ice, but it's that against a rat, and the rat is basically obscured and is no longer visible as the ice just lands on it. But it did distract it for a long period of time. Long enough that the flaming sphere was able to bore through, dealing
79.
79. The ice is vulnerable to it. That would be enough. That would put you over. As the flaming sphere dissipates from the minute duration, you see the opening is now through on that translucent ice tunnel there. In addition, as you see that, and there's that, okay, that's going on, a leg extends itself out of the ice that has been further loosened and steps down into the chamber. It is massive. This is a massive creature that looks stifled behind the ice as this one leg extends down and impacts into the ground. What do you all do?
Stifled in like a painful way, or stifled in as soon as I get out here I'm gonna rip
in terms of it looks very cramped given the amount of space that you're looking at that is available versus the sheer size of this like leg. This looks like something that is very like it was very cozy, you could say, if not for the ice.
And it
maybe.
it didn't have any response to being talked to, right?
The talking to, all it did was seem to like attract the attention of the eye, but there was no like semblance of either like there was no like clear communication coming back from the eye or anything of the sort.
Okay.
Unless you want to infer some level of sass from the tail. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, it doesn't seem... Yeah, it seems like we're not really going to be able to bargain with them. So I'm down to get the heck through the ice. I'll stay back and let everyone else go first. Sorry.
Yeah, what is the opening in front of? Like, is it there's no ice there? Is it back to the normal corridors we were just in before? Or?
The opening in front of you, the opening like from
that
the
we just
translucent
broke through.
Yeah, so it's basically like a 5 foot in diameter sphere that just bores all the way through, like the same size as the flaming sphere, bores all the way through, and you see there's an opening with a stone wall on the far side of it that looks very similar to the previous passages you were navigating before in terms of like the maze-like corridors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
is
I
on
think I'm
that
gonna be
side.
like, okay, we're through, and just
Just go.
yeah.
Okay, Fluffgar is going. Adelita's going.
Following.
Following.
Yeah.
Maple's following as well. Yeah, there is the like incredibly powerful, impactful sound of the one leg touching down, and you hear the shattering of ice as another portion of the body comes out, and there's this dark blue with patches of very like light blue, sort of almost like aquamarine scales that are apparent on the body of this creature.
How did they fit a dragon in here?
So running forward, you manage to get through the tunnel. You have a like this similar kind of maze structure right here, where there's a left and a right. Where are you going?
Same strategy as before. I'm gonna carve where we're walking and go wherever people want to go.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I guess right again. It seemed okay last time until we
Right
got
works.
to the dragon. The maybe dragon.
Okay. I'll get you to do another group investigation check. You're all sticking together, so everybody do a. It's almost like navigation check, but it's a investigation skill.
Oh, I rolled a nat
3.
1.
3. Okay.
11.
11.
16.
Ooh.
16. Okay.
Like a nat 1 gets me an 8, but
An
it's
8, okay.
still a nat 1.
Right. Maybe it's that you're a little shaken up over that room. Maybe it's, just okay, so that's in here as well. I don't know. But a lot of you are kind of a little more, or a little less focused on the map navigating. And Sportus, you kind of make sure that everybody's, you're keeping an eye on the marks that Adeline is putting down. Like you're leaving the marks, but you're not as conscious about following them. But Sportus, you're able to catch them most of the time, and there's only a few moments where you get a little bit tripped up, but you're able to recover. Like you go back and say, wait, we were this way before, and you double back and continue to be able to progress through.
Excellent.
You're able to, after 2 hours of navigating this time around, navigating through the walls here, wherein there was one time where you felt the vibration and you heard the shifting of walls, but you did not see any around you. But you did hear it at one point. This does occur while you're still within the sort of like the maze network.
I would like to investigate the walls themselves. Are they all walls? Are they all solid?
Okay. Like giving like a consistent feel across all of them. Yes, they are all solid. Like all of the places where you feel like if you were to walk along and just hold a hand along the wall the entire time, you never break the contact. There's always that tactile feel of, yes, this is stone that I'm touching.
And is there a ceiling above us?
There is a 15-foot tall ceiling. Yeah, so I don't think anybody's touching that.
Do the walls go all the way up to the 15-foot tall
Yep.
ceiling?
Yep.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yep.
Well, could it be like it's on a Lazy Susan kind of thing? It's not. Well, it's rumbling, right? So like,
I just love the idea that this is just like in somebody's kitchen cabinet.
Yeah, we're in the dragon's cabinet.
Let's see. Maybe I'll grab some cookies. Oh, adventures. Ooh.
nom nom nom.
Yeah. Yeah.
High
So
protein.
you do manage to hear that without seeing any of the walls going. You feel the whole time that the walls are like ever present, and you find yourself once again seeing an opening along the like sort of like the bend coming up on your left of another chamber. This time there is no like air of cold or anything like that. There's no atmospheric difference that you sense on the approach here. Nothing of the sort.
Okay. I'm very cautiously gonna go to like the doorway and just poke my head in a little bit and look.
Okay.
Looking for any eyes,
Sure. anything.
Yeah,
sure. Looking in, you do see that there is this is a big square stone chamber. Looking in, it follows that like very same style of the wall type of the room, consistent with what's inside here or in the corridors. The big thing that grabs your attention is collected in the center of this room is, just to not get the wrong sense, this is about a 25 by 25 foot room that you're walking into. It's not that big, like relative with the size. About 15 feet in diameter from in the center of the room. There is a pile. I didn't want to quite say mountain, but a pile of gold.
I'm gonna head straight for it.
Okay.
Yes.
As you
I know it's a horrible idea.
as you walk in, and actually you especially, Maple, as you go in, especially almost like seeing that from like Maple's cautiousness versus Sportus just like go right in. You don't hear Sportus walking into the room. Sportus is walking with this like absolutely like no problem, just gonna go right for that. There's not a sound from Sportus in there.
Try and whistle, just a little, almost like.
Okay, and are you're still looking in the doorway, kind of like you're still like from the outside there?
I'm going to go into the room.
Okay, you go into the room.
Into it.
That's what you hear. Nothing. Sportus, you don't hear anything behind you. In fact, you don't hear anything. You just look at all that gold.
Gold.
Okay.
Am I able to react fast enough to hold her hand back for a second?
You could try to run up and grab her, I would say.
Yeah, like I want to try to hold her hand, and I want to try to like mage hand towards the pile to see if that does anything, or like if I hit it, does it move? Is it an illusion? Are things jangling? Like I want to hold Spornus' hand.
So you have to try to just pull Spornus back a little bit. You're able to get into the room.
Be like, hold on.
Okay, and you say there is not a sound made in this room whatsoever that you're able to discern. You're not a sound you're able to hear. So you reach out and you grab her hand, and you say. You try to say that, and there's no sound uttered out of you.
I'm gonna message and say, what the heck? Because I have the message cantrip, so I'm gonna message in Spornus' head and be like, what is going on here?
I am going to double check messages
I think I know
ability.
what you're double
Ooh.
checking, and I think the exact wording is you have to whisper.
Yep.
Really?
You try to cast this. Oh, actually, you know what? Even so,
I thought it just appeared in their brain, but it's true. It doesn't really.
Oh no! Well, here's the thing. That has a verbal spell component.
Oh, that's true.
And you attempt to cast a spell. You have like the piece of copper wire. You go through the physical mannerisms you need to do to cast the spell, and you go to say the words, and nothing happens as you're not uttering any sounds from there. So Spiritus, you have your hand held back. You look over, and Adelina is just playing with a copper wire and mouthing stuff at you, and you can't hear a thing.
I'm gonna shake my hand free and continue going towards the goal and be like,
So then I have no mage hand. Then nothing comes out.
If there is any verbal component,
Yeah.
if there's any verbal spell component, it is not capable of being used in this room.
I just went down to
I'll
having
just clarify
spell.
that.
But yeah, I have one spell now as well.
Okay. So Smartus, you shake the hand off. You head over to the gold. What do you do?
Oh.
and I'm
What do
like,
you do?
gold, 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 gold in my head, kind of like under my breath.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Fluffgar, you see all this. What are you doing?
I would be incredibly perplexed. I'm not super interested in the gold, but I would be curious.
Okay.
I guess I would follow them in and just kind of like keep my distance from the gold pile and just kind of see what happens when they try to grab it.
Sure. And yeah, you get the same feeling as you walk in. Suddenly, sound is just gone. The sound is not a thing anymore that you perceive. Sportus, what are you doing with the gold as you approach?
Oh, I'm going in and I'm going to start trying to put the gold in my pockets.
Okay. So as soon as you pick up pieces of gold, everybody hears very, very clearly the sound of every single coin rubbing against one another and brushing against, the clattering of it. You go to take a handful, and it is this booming cacophony of metal in the room that everybody hears. It would be taking a handful of coins and getting that sound. It would be startling. So it would not be unreasonable to say that you go to take the gold, and it sounds like in terms of decibel value, it sounds like there's a jet engine worth of noise that just came from your hand as you reached in and grabbed the coins. Any response to that, or is that just that's really loud money?
All of us hear this, or just
All of you do.
okay?
All of you do. It goes into the whole room, and everybody hears it.
I'm gonna try and whistle again. Just
Nothing.
okay.
Nothing.
It would
Dang it.
startle me to pause.
Sure.
To stop what I'm doing.
I would try to say, "Don't take the gold." Something's fishy with that. I wouldn't learn by the fact that other sounds not being made. I would still try, I think.
Right. If Flugger, you're saying all that from the back of the room, and nothing is heard by anybody. Yep. Okay.
What?
So yeah, startled. The coins drop.
Okay.
I'm gonna look for an exit again, like I did in the other room.
Okay, so you're looking around.
I'm well, the exit was on the right side last time, so I'm gonna run to the right wall and put my arms and hands and try to touch. Oh no, is it the right side where the dragon is this time?
So you're running over. You're looking for an exit. So I should say initially looking for an exit. There's the way you came in, and there is no discernible exit in terms of any other chamber. It looks like it the hallway finishes with this room. You go in and you're, familiar with magical stuff, so you're feeling in for additional routes. You're feeling at the walls for what's going on here. Is there something behind there? You go to the right, and I'm sorry to say it's been working so far. The right wall is a full-on stone wall, and there's nothing to it. Do you kind of circle around, try to do the whole rounds and all that? Okay, so you go along the right wall, you get to the corner, and you feel your hands go through. And you do manage to feel that there's an opening in the corner of the room where the two walls meet. There is this like illusory gap where your hand reaches through. So at the moment you're like this, going through the corner. In the corner.
Okay. I'm gonna start like.
Okay. Oh, so hold on. So your hand's in there. So you want to pull your hand out?
Oh God, no.
Okay, great.
I want to try to get people's attention.
So your hand's in there, and you're waving about. Everybody make a perception check at disadvantage to see if they see Adelita, because there's the gold and there's all this. So how visible is Adelita compared to this giant pile of money?
Yeah, the same height that I am right now. So I'm only 5 feet tall.
Little 5-foot wizard, just hey, look over here.
That's a 3 perception from me.
I'm just double checking.
Fluffgar is doing his best.
I got perception. I got a 6.
6. Okay.
Mine would be a 3, but it was a nat 1. That gold is really pretty.
Okay, well,
that gold is really pretty. It's very commanding. There. Oh.
You're out of focus.
There we go. No longer fuzzy. Everybody's just sort of the center of the room has the attention there. So Adelina, you're waving your arm here, trying to show that like part of your arm has disappeared.
yeah.
They're not getting any signals there.
Now I'm going to take my arm out because I want to try to thunderclap because it's only somatic to see if that gets attention. But I am removing my arm from the wall.
Okay. So you try to remove your arm from the wall.
God.
And as you pull back, what feels like just a gentle grip of a hand just on your arm, just it doesn't grasp it, but it's just touching. And if you try to pull back, it holds you. It's not like a resisting, like you feel a yank sort of thing, but it's just as you pull your hand back, nope. There's the feeling of a hand wrapped around your arm.
Okay.
Which you can't see because there's an illusory wall that is on the other side of. And everybody is at the moment, or at the moment you were waving around, looking at the money.
I should have taken one of those coins, like, with me to make noise.
So everybody else in the middle, as Adelina is realizes there's something holding my arm. What's everybody else doing? Recovering from the basically the sonic boom of the handful of money.
I'm going to try to take one piece very quietly and stealthily this time.
Okay. You go to pick up a single lone piece of gold that as it's piled out, and there are like pieces that are just like independently on their own. You pick up one piece. Doesn't make a sound.
This is now my tactic.
So, I need you to elaborate. So, you've picked up a piece of gold.
It's going to go in my pocket.
Okay.
And then I'm going to get another piece of gold very quietly and stealthily.
You have the one piece? Yep.
And put it in my pocket.
Okay,
And I'm going to continue as long as I can.
As soon as you put the second gold piece in your pocket, the 2 gold pieces touching makes this loud metal clang as they touch. And if they're in the pocket and there's any sort of movement of them touching, the sound of them moving in any way amplifies the sound by a significant amount. You hear that.
I am going to take the second coin out of my pocket.
It makes a good amount of noise from the initial, like, getting it away from the other one. Yep.
And put it in my other pocket.
You are.
Okay.
2 gold richer. I fight if
Yeah.
we all hear this banging once it is in the other pocket. If they reach for that again, I am going to grab their hand and just be like,
Okay.
I'd like,
Thank you.
don't you dare
Okay.
kind of stare.
Gotcha. All right.
I
Fluffgar.
am going to reach for one more, and I'm going to offer it to Maple.
Okay. I'll say if this is what's going on here, I will say, Fluffgar, you will eventually, not having much of an interest in the gold, you'll eventually take notice of Adelina in that what's going on here with the noise has eventually subsided, and it's like, well, there's somebody else. Where are they at? And you'll see Adelina, like, what's Adelina's, like, body language right now in terms of having the arm behind?
Well, while all of that was happening, if I feel a hand in the arm, anyway, I'm just going for it. I feel a hand like this, I'm going to try to grab that arm that's holding onto my other hand. Like, I'm going to try to swipe at where I think they would be. If there was a person holding my wrist.
You feel an arm. Yeah, you feel a hand here. You would presumably figure there'd be an arm like that. Yeah, okay.
Here, so I'm swiping in with my other arm in the wall, trying to grab somebody there.
So you reach in and feel an arm, at least the bones of an arm, and some of the flesh, like some of it is there.
Can I pull it? Like, try to bring it
Make a
towards where I am.
strength check. Make a strength check. and
Nat 20!
Okay, so Fluffgar, you will see this happening, and you can act accordingly as you see the one arm partway into the wall, the other one goes in, and you see Adelina physically exerting as this is happening in the corner of the room. Nat 20. Okay.
Well, my strength is 10.
So Fluffgar, what are you doing seeing that?
Well, my plan was to go the other way and kind of look for exits, but if I'm noticing that, I would probably go and try to help out. I guess I can't. She can't tell me what's going on, but
Nope. There is still not a sound being uttered here, but you go over to see what's going on, and as you get close enough to kind of to see, you will see Adelina pulls back both hands, and there is a chunk of black, rotten flesh and gray bandages in the arm that you yanked back with.
Okay.
Just the arm?
Just a piece of it, or
Just a piece of it. Just a piece of it.
So this might go poorly, but here's what I want to do. I kind of want to, if I do this quick enough, reach in, grab it, and then pull it in with me so I can destroy it. If,
So
if
pull.
so, here's the thing. I guess
Yeah.
I guess maybe I should do a roll to say if Fluffgar like recognizes what this might be, because like I'm thinking it's like a zombie or a mummy or something or whatnot.
Make a religion roll.
Okay.
Ooh.
Religion.
5.
As a paladin, you get this at the very least.
Okay.
Something undead.
I do have divine sense. I could also activate as well.
Yeah, and that would like. Are you going to activate that?
Let's say I do that. That makes sense. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So like,
at the suspicion, I'll use divine.
yeah, you look at it like there was the struggle. It makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
that looks undead. Divine sense. It flares up on each corner of the room.
Oh.
So it's a 25 by 25 square room with the pile of gold for the
Right.
within the 15 feet of it, and in each corner, just past the corner,
Okay.
you sense an undead presence.
I will go to tell them that, forgetting that there's no sound.
Yeah,
And then when I see there's no sound, I'll just like go da 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 da.
yeah. And as
Do
you
my best.
as you point at the
Has an arm in
four,
my hand.
yeah, as you point at the four, the last one you point at, the one that Adelina was in, or had her arm in, an arm reaches out,
Okay.
and the rest of the body follows.
Okay.
As a mummy walks into the room.
Okay.
Does it make a noise?
Nope.
What?
We got
Do we see it? Because we're still at the gold part.
You would see that you would see the amount of movement there with Fluffgar and all that. Like the gold is not that entrancing that you can't look away. It's like you would eventually see that in the corner eye, and then you would see the new figure coming out from the corner. But the mummy is approaching. There is noticeably a chunk of the arm missing of the mummy that is in Adelina's hands. However, it is approaching straight towards Adelina. I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Oh my god.
And when you say it's approaching towards Adelina, is it like within 5 feet of Adelina?
It is, given the size of this room, at the beginning, as it emerges through the wall, it would be within 5 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, and I since I'm kind of a small little wizard who's not very tough, I picture that took all of my force, and I did land on my, like, I pulled it and landed on my butt outside the thing, so I'm not in the best.
Given their strength score, yes, I would say that's true.
So I'm going to take advantage of my initiative for reasons my character might not understand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I got
18.
18, nice. Okay.
4.
24. So 24.
Yeah, the Blade of Warning gives me advantage on initiative, and we can't be surprised as long as we're all like close to or something.
3 for Maple and Adelina.
19.
19. Wow.
Nice.
19 Adelina. And then that is very good that you rolled that, actually, because it was a pretty competitive initiative roll there, truth be told. So the creature emerges forward from the corner, go towards Adelina. Spornus, you are the first one to act.
So I have my 2 daggers out, and I'm going in for a sneak attack on the creature.
Okay.
13 for my first dagger.
So I will ask this one question, knowing that you go in and you're making a sneak attack, so you're going for the melee attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you getting there? You see this, and you're going right over to attack.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you run right over instinctively. Going to defend somebody you're traveling with.
Yeah,
That's very reputable. That's great. There's a lot of noise that comes with that because you go right through the pile of gold and are clattering through all of the gold coins. And there's a booming noise from the several steps it takes for you to run through there. And surprisingly, with all of this attention you've brought to yourself, this will still be a sneak attack because there are allies nearby. A 13 is going to hit, so go ahead and roll damage on that one. With it being a sneak attack. 12. Okie dokie.
Oh, wait, sorry. 15.
15. Very nice. 15 points of damage on this one. Okay. That's great. You have a second attack with the other dagger?
I went in with both daggers, and so my second dagger.
Perfect.
Is a dirty 20.
That's going to hit.
And I only get sneak attack in the first dagger, right? Now.
That's right. Yeah, once per round, or once per turn. Yeah.
Fair. That's another 5 points.
Another 5 points. Nice. 20 damage total. Pretty good. Next in line is going to be Adelina.
I'm gonna try, but I don't think it's going to work. I'm gonna try thunder clapping, but is thunder damage sound?
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna try anyway.
Sure.
So each creature other than you within 5 feet must make a Constitution saving throw if it actually happens, I guess. But I would sculpt it around Spornus so that they don't get hit.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
And I guess I'm going to try to stand and run away as much as I can. So I guess I'll use half of my movement to stand up and move back 15 feet.
Right.
Because I'm squishy.
Yeah. So it would fail the saving throw. And interestingly, there is a loud clap that is heard.
So I can roll my damage?
You can roll your thunder damage.
Oh my god, they're both ones.
Okay.
So 2 damage, oh boy.
2 points of thunder damage as
hesitant thunder clap you ever did here.
It's more, get away kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. So okay. Sorry, was there something to be said there? Okay.
I'm just preparing in case I have to make a $25 donation to.
Fluffgar, you're up.
Yep. Okay. And the mummy is still near me, right? It hasn't had its turn yet?
The mummy has not had its turn yet. It is still near you. It's within 5 feet of you, yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to wind up, attack with my greatsword, and let's see, maybe channel some holy energy through it. Let's see what I get. I got a 12 to hit.
That does manage to hit.
Does hit.
These things are easy to hit.
Yeah,
fortunately, they are.
So I am going to use a smite slot, not a spell slot, because what class am I playing? So that's going to be an extra 3 die, I believe, because undead, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
2d6 plus 3 die 8.
Yep.
Okay. I don't like undead.
It's a big, massive wallop is coming through here as Fluffgar exerts through this very powerful divine slash at this individual. I would guess Fluffgar, Paladin. There's a bit of vocalizing with your with your attacks? Like,
Yep.
you give a rah kind of thing with it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I would attempt to anyway.
Yeah. And interestingly,
Mm-hmm.
you hear Fluffgar shouting, and you hear the sound of the sword hitting the creature.
Okay.
And how much damage does that do?
It is 29, 10 of that from Radiant if it matters. Oh, sorry, 19 from Radiant. Sorry, 19 from Radiant, 10 physical.
Okay, it does not matter in terms of vulnerability, but that is still initial 29, so you've dealt 49 damage to this creature. Ooh, it wasn't looking good earlier, I will say that much. It already started off looking pretty ugly. It is holding on by threads at this point. That said, it is going to take its turn now. Unfortunately, Maple, you are the only one who rolled low, but it had a 14 initiative. You guys rolled high, and it was good for you to get that first salvo in. You now hear for the first time, as you hear the roar and the divine radiance emanating off of the greatsword and slashing into the mummy. You hear all these things, then you find as the mummy goes to punch at the one who just slashed it with radiant might. It's going to punch at you with its one arm that is still good, that hasn't been corrupted by Adelina. That's a 15 to hit. Does that hit Fluffgar?
Oh, you're hitting me? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
For Fluffgar.
16. No, 15 is not.
60. Okay. And you're armor clad. Is that correct?
Chainmail, yeah, just chainmail.
Chainmail, yeah. So
Yeah.
it goes to punch it, and the chainmail just takes the brunt of the force without you managing to take any damage from it. So very, very close. One away. It's also.
Sorry, I have a response.
Oh
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's okay. That's all good. It's also going to take a look over at. It's going to take a look at Spornus and look at you. So, like, as it's punching in and missing at Fluffgar, it's going to look over and glare at you with this terrifying gaze, Spornus. I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, that's not very good. That's very not good.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So, this is the Mummy's Dreadful Glare ability. It is not only going to make you frightened. At the moment, you are paralyzed with fear. For the next turn, you are just struck with fear, and you are unable to move. Mabel,
Okay.
you've heard sounds coming out, and it is now your turn. You've heard sounds being made since that thunderclap went off.
I have a decent enough wisdom that I'm not just going to try and shoot off things. I'm going to just do the free action if you'll allow it, just another little quick whistle.
Sure. Yep.
I can hear
You
it.
hear it?
Okay.
Yep.
This makes... Because my entire build is everything except my one spell. Even my like, features. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to see, like... the paralysis, I'm guessing, like, the stiffening up of Sportus. Sportus is, just, it doesn't look natural. So I'm gonna run up and just tap their back, hold it off, and you just feel this, it's almost like warm rays, and you hear this running of, almost feels like sap running through your body. Your blood just sort of loosens up. Because I'm casting Lesser Restoration.
Nice. Okay, yeah. So you cast the Lesser Restoration, and just as you feel yourself tense up, and there's this like looking in the eyes of this undead creature emerging from this illusory wall, and just you stab at it 2 times, you deal a lot of damage to it, and it looks over to you with just the most terrifying, vindictive gaze. You freeze up, and you feel Maple's hand on your shoulder, and like massage therapy, just loosening up your body. You just free up, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I can move. You ain't nothing, mummy. And you're all good. So lesser restoration goes off.
Okay. And
Yep.
then I'll bring my hand back, and you just see this little glow. And then it almost looks like it sort of sprays up into the air, and for a moment you just see this big sort of glistening. It almost looks like some sort of ethereal bear. And if I've done this right, I have it in the middle of the room, and this has a 30-foot radius, so anywhere in the room, every one of my allies will have 7 temporary hit points and advantage on strength checks and saves for the next minute. It is my spirit totem ability.
Okay. Right on. Right in the midst of there's now 2 very nice things in the middle of the room. There's the overly loud pile of money, and there is this bear spirit totem that is granting everybody protection and might. Fantastic.
And I'm going to back away a little bit if I am not.
And bye.
I'm like, okay, I've done my part. Peace out.
Okay. Sounds good. That'll bring us back up to the top of initiative. Spornus, you feel yourself able to move, no problem.
Going in with my double dagger. I'm doing another sneak attack because I still have allies nearby, right?
Yes, Fluffgar is still engaged there, so you're able to sneak in, no problem. Yeah.
Fabulous. Double dagger it again.
Okay.
Nat 1 for my first dagger.
Nat 1. So you go in, and it's, your arm's a little too loose. Okay, I gotta limber that back a little bit. So, but with the second one, you go in with the attack.
10.
10 literally just misses.
Ugh.
So, still getting used to your ability to maneuver, but at the same time, you at least are not stuck in place. Those are your actions, or your action and bonus action for your dagger set. And staying in place?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Next person in line is Adelina.
Firebolt.
Firebolt, okay. Hurling the bolt of fire at the mummy.
18.
18 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
13.
13 points of damage. The flesh of the mummy, already smelling horrible. Don't know if it smells better burnt. Let's say no. Let's say it doesn't. But that's what you smell as this charred undead flesh collapses over on the ground. As that was enough damage to take it out. That is your turn, Adelina?
I'm gonna be like, can we talk now?
You say that, and it is heard. Fluffgar, it is now your turn. I will note that your Divine Sense did pick up a total of 4 of them.
So I'll try again. This time, if I can be heard, I'll tell them that I'm detecting undead presences in each of the corners.
Yeah, you point out the other 3 corners, and as your attention goes, because you were all converged on this corner where Adelie was doing that, and as you bring the attention to the other 3 corners, you see hands reaching through the same illusory walls, approaching into the center of the room.
Do I still have enough of my turn that I could act on seeing?
Oh
this?
yeah. You share that information with them, and like as everybody looks around, they see that there. You still have your turn. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast on. Probably doesn't really. I wouldn't know any different, but we'll say we're at this corner, the one to my left.
The one to your left, yeah.
Sure.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm gonna fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at the hands that are coming out as soon as I can see enough to target.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll those attacks. Again, fortunately, they're low AC.
Very fortunate, because that's a 13 with my
bonus. That's
bonus.
Going to hit.
And an 11.
That is just going to hit.
No! Wow, okay.
Yeah,
my 4 rolls are sufficient in this case. Alright, first one is 6 force damage. Second one is
damage.
7. 6 and 7.
7 points of force damage.
And
okay.
I also get to push them back as one of my invocations, so
ooh.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what's beyond, but I guess it would just be pushed
back 10 feet. Okay.
Back. Yeah.
You do hear, when you push this one back, you do hear the impact of rotten, fleshy bones hitting, like clattering against something much more solid. So it seemed as though there was, at most 9 feet of gap between it and whatever is solid back there. So those arms kind of disappear as the 2 blasts of eldritch energy send it into the illusory wall. Yep. Okay. The creatures are going to take their turns now. The 3 mummies, they're all going to move forward. That movement back is actually sufficient, as they do not move that fast. That one is only going to come halfway across the room. It is going to give a glare at you in particular, so I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. It's not in range for its melee attack, but it will do that.
Okay. Let's see. I rolled a 1. Oh, no. 4.
Oh no.
You are paralyzed with fear.
Okay.
You are paralyzed with fear until the end of its next turn. Yeah.
Okay.
The other 2 are going to come forward. One of them is across the room. Along with it taking the longest route to get to you, you notice that it doesn't. It goes around the pile of money. It does not touch the money. So it sort of circumvents around there. It doesn't take the Spornus approach of going straight over the coins. But the other one has the one in we'll say the bottom right of the room, approaching up from the clockwise corner. That one is going to be able to make its attack. And unfortunately, the closest person in that trajectory is going to be Fluffgar, who is currently paralyzed. So it is going to, I'll say it has advantage on its attack against you.
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be a 20. Dirty 20 to hit.
Dirty 20. Okay, all right. And
so it's going to deal... okay. It's going to deal 3 plus...
Oh, does that count as a successful attack roll?
It does.
Can I silvery barbs?
Or
is it too late? It's okay if it's too late.
I believe with silvery barbs, you have the option to respond to the thing being successful.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
When a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself succeed on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
It must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. That's 15. That makes it miss.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yep, because your AC is 16.
Oh, good. Oh, yay!
Your AC is 16,
Yay!
so it is not going to hit. It looked as though it had a clear shot at the paralyzed body of Fluffgar. And off in the corner, Adelina just says some quick magical words, and its attention turns over towards you, and it misses with the arm. As you do that, because you make it miss and you're grabbing its attention with the silvery barbs, it is going to target you with its glare. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Damn it.
Okay, I can't paralyze both of you next turn.
Hit. I mean, I can use my lay hands. I think I can use 5 of those.
I got a nat 20, so 24.
Okay. The other aspect of Silver Barbs, you also give. Oh wait. You can then choose a different creature you see within range, and you give somebody advantage on their next roll.
Probably the one that is mummifying all of us.
No, you give advantage to an ally.
Oh, give advantage. But does I don't want a medic. I'll give it to Fluffgar because he's after me, isn't he?
Okay, so you give the advantage to Fluffgar. Your next roll, Fluffgar has advantage. Okay.
Yes.
And with a nat 20, you do make the save, and for the remainder of, let's just say, for this room, you cannot be affected by the terrifying gaze. You've made your save. You are good. You have the steel resolve. You've taken one of these things arms off. You got this.
Nothing.
You got this. That is going to be their turn. Sorry. The one in the corner who made its way around. That one does still have a terrifying gaze, even though it's far away. It's going to direct its terrifying gaze at Maple.
Oh.
So I need you to make a wisdom saving throw as well.
Don't worry, wisdom is one of my good stats.
That's good.
The healer is down. That's a nat 1.
That's a nat 1. What is your save? Is the thing?
Oh, a save? Wisdom
yeah,
saving.
what is the actual number? Sorry?
4 altogether for the wisdom saving.
4 altogether. Ooh. You are currently paralyzed in fear as well. So both Maple and Fluffgar are paralyzed with fear. And Sportus, you're not, correct?
Correct.
You're yeah. Okay. So okie dokie. That is the end of that. We're going to go to Maple's turn, which, unfortunately, you are still under the effect of that fright. And you're just under the effect until the mummy's next turn. So, unfortunately, you are paralyzed with fear. You are stuck solid. That is it. Moving to the top of the initiative, Sportus, you're up.
Can you just refresh me where the mummies are at in the room?
Yes, so 2 of them, if we think of it like you guys were in the top right of the room, I realize I shouldn't do this because I forget which way Discord mirrors something. You guys are in the top right corner of the room. There's 1 mummy in the top left corner of the room, and 2 that are coming up from the bottom towards you. 1 circled around the coins, and the other is coming from that bottom right corner. So you have 2 coming from the bottom, 1 coming from the left. You guys are all in the top right. Yeah. And Maple and Fluffgar are both paralyzed with fear, a feeling you are familiar with, and Adelina is still moving.
With my rockish audacity, I'm going to go flying out the one in the top left corner.
Okay.
Both my daggers out again for another sneak attack on.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, there's no ally within 5 feet of that one, so that would not be a sneak attack.
With the rockish audacity.
It's an ability that does that. Oh, well, fantastic. Oh, that's very nice. Okay. Yeah, nice. Love it. Okie dokie.
That is a 12 for my first dagger.
That hits.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Just gonna move there we go.
16 points of damage.
Ooh, very nice.
And my second dagger comes in at a 25.
Yep, that's going to hit for sure.
3 points of damage.
3 extra points of damage. Ooh, yeah, it's also not looking great here. Okay. Yep, and then from there, we've got Adelina's next on initiative. What you doing, Adelina?
Could I, after being attempted to be frightened and whatever, can I discern that the power is coming from their eyeballs?
Yes, you could.
Okay. I think I'd like to use my Wand of Magic Missiles, upcast it to shoot 6 darts to go for each of their eyes.
Ooh. I
So that
like
they
that.
can stop scaring my friends.
I like that a lot.
So
Okay.
that would be 4 charges, if I understood correctly, right?
That is correct. That is correct. That is 4 charges from your Wand of Magic Missiles. Because Magic Missiles cannot miss, I'm going to say go ahead and roll the damage for each. So it's 2d4 plus 2 for each mummy. Like 1d4 plus 1 for each bolt, so 2 at each mummy. And each of them is going to make a save to see if their eyes
Make it.
make it or not.
Nice.
So let's start with the top left one. Takes how much?
6.
Okay. Okay.
Oh. The second one takes 4.
4. Okay.
That's about. 7 for the last.
7 for the last one. Okay. Sounds good. So, say. Okay. 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 I think you guys taught these mummies how to roll because they're also not doing good. They rolled 3, 4, and 5. So all 3 of them have the magic missiles shoot them in the eyes in such a way that their eyes are temporarily just unseen. And for their next turn, each of them cannot use their terrifying glare.
Yay!
Very nice.
Yeah.
So with that, that is your action. Anything else, or?
Backing away. I know that they're kind of coming from whatever, so I'm going to just try to keep the gap as much as possible.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Next person up is, fortunately, going to be Fluffgar, who is paralyzed for this turn.
Shucks.
So we'll move on to the mummies, who, because it's the beginning. Oh no, it's to the end of their next turn. Okay, so they're going to have a couple of spots to go at Fluffgar, the ones at the bottom. So they're both going to attack. That's another 15 at advantage.
How convenient.
And that one's a nat 20.
I would say you redo. Silvery barbs.
There's other silvery barbs?
Yes, for the one who succeeded.
Nice. Okay. Another crit.
Stop. Oh, come on!
It was meant to be, I guess.
Damn it!
And
Is that-
I
One in
can't even
400?
hellish. I have hellish rebuke, and I can't.
But you are paralyzed, so
move.
you wouldn't be able to. Yep. 1 in 400 chance. That was meant to be. Okay. Ooh, this one's gonna hurt you.
I got those 7 temporary hit points.
That's true. I think you're gonna
Fine.
need them.
I think, yeah. 31 plus the 7. Oh boy, that
What
sounds
the
like too many
Sounds like a
dice.
lot of dice.
It's a lot of 6s and 5s. So no.
Oh no! What the heck is
that-
he hitting you with?
His fist, his very rotten, gross, necrotic fist.
Ew.
That's gonna be 21 plus
Plus?
that. Okay. So that's going to be. Oh,
They
okay.
stopped at 21.
No, I know, but I'm going to say that's 30 points of damage. Do
Okay.
you have any resistance to necrotic damage by chance?
No, just cold.
Okay, so yeah, that's 30 points of damage, and I'm also going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw at advantage because of silvery barbs.
Okay.
The effect that Adelina gave you
yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
Con saves are okay. There's an 8, and then there is a 17.
17. That is really good. You don't have your hit point maximum decreased.
Oh my! Oh, I forgot that mummy's.
So that was those two mummies. Only one of them hit you, but they did crit you.
Okay.
But fortunately, you're still standing. And the other one is going to go to. So far, Spornus is the one. You went over and attacked the one in the top left, so it's going to go for you, and it does not have its dreadful glare.
Good.
It's at 23.
That hits me.
Yeah. And that's going to be not double dice this time, so you 16 points of bludgeoning and necrotic damage.
And I'm going to uncannily dodge it.
Ah, very nice.
Nice.
Thank you. So that's having it. So you said 16?
16 points of damage, so you would go down to 8 points of damage with the reduction. Yeah, and I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Also, Adelina, who was the person to get the advantage from your next silvery barbs or your second silvery barbs?
Oh, Maple.
Okay,
Okay.
Mhm.
so next roll, next d20 roll that Maple does is at advantage. What was your con roll?
Just
4, but it was in that one.
4. Okay. So,
just to,
you are going to.
I was just going to say I noticed in our
You-
Discord. Oh, sorry.
You are going to have your hit point maximum reduced by 15.
Ooh.
Well,
What
Okay.
the hell?
Yeah.
meanie.
So yeah, that is going to be the mummy's turn as the magic missiles prevented them from using their dreadful glare. It's now going to be Maple's turn, which the terrifying presence has melted away, and you are able to take your turn.
All right. So, yeah, Fluffguard's looking a little rough, I'm assuming.
Fluffgar's not looking great.
Okay. So we're gonna work some healing in here somewhere.
Okay.
And what else? We need something to get these guys. So what I think I'm gonna do. How many are left in the room?
There are 3 left in the room. One of them is looking quite bad. The one in the top left that Spornus is dueling with. The 2 in the bottom right are looking a bit more fresh.
Okay.
Also, apologies, it looks
As
like
fresh
I
as you
lagged out
can
a bit.
look for a mummy.
So I'm gonna go up, and I'm gonna use some of the charges from my staff of healing. How is everyone else looking for hit points?
I'm at my new max.
Okay. Then I won't use the staff of healing. I'll just do some regular cure wounds with my own, because let's save the mass cure wounds for whatever shit hits the fan next. Upcast. What is your maximum health, Fluffgar?
41.
Okay.
Or that's a meta answer, I guess.
I mean, I asked a meta question to.
Yes.
I'm gonna upcast Cure Wounds. I'm gonna run over. I'm just gonna be like, "Oh my god, you people!" And I'm gonna touch your back, and I'm gonna Cure Wounds upcast to 3rd level, so that is 3d8
Ooh. Okay.
plus 3. Be kind dice. Ooh, these are nice dice. So that's 15 plus 6. It's a 7 and 8, which is 15, plus 6, which is 21. That's math, right?
Yep.
Plus
Checks
another
out to me.
Okay.
plus another 3, so that's 24 for you.
Wow. And I can actually thank you now because I can move.
Yay! And then I will give some bardic inspiration to... You know what? You've been given the inspiration, or the advantage to everyone else, so I'm going to give it to Ramina
Yay!
as my
Very
bonus
nice.
action. And that is my turn.
Okay. Brings us back up to the top of the round. Sportus, your go.
That guy on the left, I'm going in with Roguish Audacity. Roguish. Yeah, Audacity.
Yeah.
Roguish Audacity.
I didn't realize that was an ability. I just thought that was just Spornus doing their thing. I thought that was like purely because like I could see that's what they would do. Just like come up with like, yeah, I'm gonna do this.
I'm on the wrong screen. That is a 22.
That's gonna hit.
Yes. 12.
12 points of damage. Okay.
On my first dagger.
Yeah.
And my second dagger went in with a 13.
That is gonna hit.
Oh, right. Thank
Their
you.
AC is super low, 11 to beat.
Awesome. And that's just 2 points of damage on that side.
2 points of damage. Despite being but a tickle, or despite being such a tickle, it is just enough as the magic missiles sunk in the eyes to avoid the dreadful glare. You see them starting to kind of surface up forward a bit more. So as you slash in with the first like major slice of rotten flesh off the mummy, you see the eyes kind of coming in. You take the second dagger and just slash across the eyes, and the eyes have protruded out just enough that both of them get taken out with the dagger and they go flying across the room into the wall. And as those eyes get taken out, the mummy collapses down. The one in the top left is now no more. And then there were 2.
Okay.
Anything else on your turn? Any movement or anything of the sort? Or
Where did those eyes fall?
up to like to your right, just against the wall, so pretty close.
Okay, I'm gonna move to pick up the eyes. I'm guessing that I can't pick them up on this turn.
Yeah, I would say just the motion of just go to pocket some eyes. You can do that. You can just hear, and I even like the flourish of you're such a dexterous rogue, very adept at just pilfering and putting things in your pocket. You do the slash as the mummy is falling down. The eyes bounce off of the wall, and you catch them. You catch them. Just be like, underhanded into the pocket, and okay, who's
Love
next?
It.
Yeah,
Love it. Thank
beautiful. Adelita, you're up.
I'm going to firebolt whichever. Either one of the bottom ones. I guess those are the last 2, right?
Yeah, those are the last 2.
Let's just say bottom right originator.
Yep. Sure thing.
Ooh. 11.
11 hits.
I was like, ooh. Oh, wait. Maybe we're good.
It's enough.
It's enough. Ugh. 4.
4
Am
points
I
of
adding
damage.
anything to this? No.
No, not to.
Okay.
Oh,
That's what I thought.
no, you're not at 5th level. However, the mummy does appear to be significantly more susceptible to the fires, as the bandages seem to burn for a good while longer, leading to a horrifying smell, but also it appearing to be more damaged. So that's something.
I'm gonna put more now that the back, like the top left one is dead. I'm gonna move kind of more in that direction to keep the distance away from. Yeah,
absolutely. Fluffgar, you are up.
Fantastic. They're both pretty close to each other, right? Like there's much of a distance between them.
They are, yeah. With the size of this room, with the other one avoiding the pile of gold, they're both up close next to you. So you're all kind of within 5 feet of each other.
I'm thinking I'm going to go back on my word to use spell slots for smites, and I might use a shatter. I have a shatter. I'm going to try to position the point so that I can hit only the 2 of them and none of my allies. Is that something that
is absolutely doable. In doing so, you would center it against. You basically be centering it against a point in the wall, and I like the way this kind of goes with your causing such a thunderous shake and quake in the structure of the wall. I like the idea of you're emanating that shatter, and pieces of the wall are going to come flying at the mummies.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
So they are going to make their Constitution saves. Am I mistaken?
Yeah. Yep. Constitution save.
Well, they've got a +2 modifier. +2 for 15, 17 for 1.
Okay, pass.
And what about 4? Does 4 pass your spell save DC? Yeah.
Sure does.
So the one on the left is going to pass, the one on the right is going to fail.
Okay.
Rather miraculously.
The one that passes is going to take... I'm going to have that. It's only 8 damage.
8 damage, okay. So it's down to 12 there. The other one is 16 or 17?
Let me see. Oh, I'm doing different damage roll. It was 17.
Okay, yeah, that's okay, yeah, 17, yeah.
17.
So that bottom right one is also looking pretty rough between the pieces of burning flesh and the chunks of wall that just went catapulting towards it from the stone wall being ruptured. They jettison over towards it and hawk off big pieces of flesh off of the thing.
Nice. Taking full advantage of the fact that we can make sound now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For sure.
Which I still don't fully understand why. Like with the mummies, I'm not sure why we can now make sound. Do we know, or are we just not questioning? Or is it the gold? You have a theory? Well, okay, we can talk about that later. For the next part of my turn, I'd like to close the distance, and now that I'm refreshed, and just kind of get up in melee.
Yeah. Oh, you already were right up in melee range. So you're already good. Yeah. It's not a very large room, and they were already attacking you, so you're right in there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. Okie dokie. They are going to continue on. You see, while they're both being, peppered in the back by pieces of stone wall, one of them getting burnt, their eyes are starting to push forward once again. So one of them is going to go at Fluffgar with a 12. That's not going to hit.
Nope.
And the other one with an 11 is not going to hit.
It can hit itself, though.
Fluffgar is asserting dominance and being the proper tank of the party by just, avoid all the damage. Be up front, avoid all the damage. It's great.
Yeah, exactly.
2 dreadful glares are going to go towards the 2 people who are attacking, Spornus and Fluffgar. You're both going to have to make more wisdom saves, as, if I'm not mistaken, it's Adelina's the only one who's saved against the save so far. So Adelina's the only one who has the strengthened resolve to look past the mummies and be like, just take out their eyes.
Yeah, easy.
Is this a con or a wisdom save?
It's a wisdom saving throw. Yeah.
Right.
14 for mine.
14. You are now immune to the effect.
Yes.
Oh no!
I made a save.
Dirty one.
Oh.
Dirty one. Oh wow. Okay.
I thought she said 31.
Yeah,
I was like, 31.
Why do you look like that at a 31?
Okay.
I was like, damn, they're a
No.
boss.
Yeah.
No,
Once-
they said 1.
Yeah. Once again, the paralyzing fear just walks up at you as you had that amazing display of, I'm so cool. I just caught these eyeballs I tore out of a mummy. As you look over at the other eyes that reemerged, yeah. So you will be, you'll basically have the next turn off, and we're going to go to Maple.
All right. How rough are these mummies looking?
Bottom right one is looking pretty bad. Bottom left one is looking fresh.
Okay.
As fresh as a mummy can.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, like, if we're in a line, I'm behind Fluffgar, and then the two mummies are in a line, sort of behind him. Is that, or are they more like next to him?
I would say they're side by side, converging at Fluffgar, and then like you and Adelina are behind Fluffgar, and then Spornus is over in more like the top left area, having just dispatched that other mummy, and is now stuck, frozen, just pocketing 2 eyeballs.
I
love that. I love that so much. It's just I got to take the eyes.
I am going to shatter then the two mummies, but place it so it's sort of no one else of the allies gets
Absolutely.
hit.
Yep. Same thing. The wall, once again, I like this idea of using the wall. So the shatter, once again, is going to dislodge a bunch of pieces of the wall, dealing thunder damage, and by shoving these like heavily accelerated pieces of brick over at them. So they are going to make their saves. One on the left fails. One on the right with a dirty 20 is going to pass. So opposite time, this time the one on the right is able to take more of the brunt of it. But they're going to take
you just hear this being
15. So 27 and then 7. Got it.
You just hear this big inhale behind you, Fluffguard, and then right in front of you, it's almost just like high-pitched opera scream, just wall hitting these guys.
Oh, nice.
We're thinking Queen of the Night aria, the voice killer.
Love it. Love it. Okay.
That's my turn.
Sounds good. Spornus, you are paralyzed with fear. Once again, unable to do anything. Adelina, you're up.
Firebolt.
Firebolt. Okay.
To the one that looks worse.
The one that looks worse. Sure. Yeah. The one on the bottom right.
Yeah. Oh, can that one? That don't do.
Nope. That is not going to hit.
Okay.
Yeah. That's going to go wide. It's not going to hit.
That's all I got.
Yeah. Fluffgar, you're up.
Okay. At the same one that looks the most hurt, I'm just going to do an attack with my greatsword.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And 21 total.
Oh, that's going to hit.
Yep. Now, don't know if I'm going to save my spell slots because you never know. So I'm not gonna smite. Just going to go
with the damage.
Just 9 slashing damage.
9 slashing damage. Okay.
Yeah.
This one is still standing, but very, very close.
Okay.
They are going to have another turn, and they are going to. This time, their terrifying glare is just again going to go to the 2 that cannot resist it. So it's going to be once again Spornus and Maple. It's the 2 that have not made the save. Their terrifying or dreadful glare is going to go your way.
Let's pick a different.
That's exactly what I just thought.
I've got like 30 d20s in here. One of them has to be decent.
8.
8.
So
Okay.
saving plus 3.
Um,
That is 12.
12. 12 does make the save. 8, I forgive me if at one point I mess up with the number thing, but we'll keep trucking forward with this. 8 is not enough to be paralyzed with fear. However, you are frightened by it. So you cannot approach the creature, and any attack you do while you can see it, you have disadvantage. But you will still be able to act in other ways on your turn. You are not paralyzed with that fear because you're not less than 5 off the save. Both of them are once again going to swing at Fluffgar. 15 is a very popular number. That's a 15 and a 16, so one of them will hit.
Fantastic. 16 hits.
Wow. You have the perfectly calculated amount of AC needed.
I knew it. I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah. Ooh, they rolled bad. 2, 4,
Okay.
6, 7. Okay, that's 13 points of damage.
Okay. Right. I will take that. I will not Hellish Rebuke because I really want to save my spell slots in case something scarier happens after this.
Gotcha. And because that one does hit, I do need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
12.
12 just makes it. Oh, just makes it. Okay, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay. So that's going to be their turn. Maple, you're up again.
All right.
You still haven't rolled a d20 yet. No, you would have with the saving throw. So yeah, okay, you're good. I was just thinking with the silver barbs, but
Okay.
You're good. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. How fresh or not fresh are those mummies looking?
Now at this point, bottom left is looking not so fresh. Bottom right is looking like way past the expiration date.
Even for a mummy.
Can I use my movement to try and get Fluffgar to move back, both of us 5 feet?
I would say you wouldn't be able to move Fluffgar with your movement, unless you had something like... I would say with your movement, no, you could try to grapple him and pull him back, but that would take up your action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because I would like to do Ice Knife, but that would just hit him too. And
I
can take it.
I know, but
it's cold.
Easy! It's a cold dragonborn. That's true.
I actually think the first is actually. Oh no, it is cold. Yeah, I'm not gonna hit you. I just healed you. I'm making my own job harder then.
Or you're just giving a little bit of insurance for your ice knife.
This is true.
You'll be fine.
You know what? There's been a lot of saving throws going around, and you're not immune to it, correct, Fluffguard?
Yes,
You
I made
are.
the save, so I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. At the moment, it's only Sportus who is not yet immune to the fear. You still know the fear of the mummy.
So I am going to run over and cast Resistance.
Oh, okay.
So, once before the end of the spell, which will be 1 minute from now, and the bear thing isn't concentration, so I checked.
Yeah.
Target can add a d4 and add that number to one of their saving throws on their choice. It can be rolled after or before making the saving throw.
Ooh, nice.
So, bloop.
Okay.
Who are you giving that to?
You, because you're the only one who hasn't
So I get a D4 on my next save.
on your next save.
Thank you.
Okay. Very nice.
And running out of. I didn't really build a lot of bonus actions right now that I want.
I guess inspiration is the big bonus action one, but
yeah, but kind of like saving the spell slots. I don't want to burn all through them in this fight, so
That's
I
fair.
will leave it there.
Sure. Okay. So resistance has been cast. We're back up to Spornus, who is frightened, but is not paralyzed with fear. So you cannot move towards them, and your attacks would be at disadvantage, but you otherwise can take your turn, aside from those stipulations. And the mummies are pretty much in the same spot, so like as long as you see one, you see the other, so yeah.
Fabulous. I'm going to use my action to reach into my rust bag again.
Okay.
And this time I am going to pull out a giant boar and tell it to attack the zombie or the mummy that looks more hurt.
Okay. Let's unpack that. So far you three have seen the one instance of this little bag that Spornus just carries with them, and just produced a rat and threw it at the tail of this gargantuan frozen creature's tail, and then tried to tell it to, help us out, would you? Then proceeds to pull out a giant boar, which is a large creature, so it's larger than any of you, out of this bag. And you proceed to go get him.
Yeah.
Tell him to go get them at the mummies.
Yep.
Fantastic. The giant boar is going to go give a charge at one of the mummies. Doesn't have enough movement to do the full-on charge, but it will do a tusk attack against one of the mummies. And yeah, that's exactly 11. That's just enough to hit. I love that.
Well done.
Nice.
Good job, Boar. It's going to deal 13 points of slashing damage to the mummy on the
And you're going to hear me going, boy, 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 boy.
To which now there is a new, consideration of, is there enough room in this room for this giant boar and the four of you at the two mummies? But that's a problem for another turn.
The creature is friendly to us, to me and my companions, so.
Right. So that is your action. Oh, that's fantastic.
You were scaring me, mummy.
Okay. Next is Adelita. So you now have this giant boar pressed up against the mummy on the left, and they're both not looking great.
Does inspiration add to attack rolls?
It can.
Okay. Because I'm just like, I want to hit it this time with the firebolt.
Yeah.
And actually hit.
It is.
Oh my god. And how much does it add? Not
D6, 1d6.
No, I rolled another nat 1. I'm just going to accept my fate that I'm not meant to hit at the moment.
Yeah, it wouldn't change in that one either. Wow, two nat ones.
I know.
A dice purification kit or something.
I know. I'm filtering through. These two are no good. I'm going for my third again. And
okay. Fluffgar, you're up.
Okay. Still both of them are up, right?
Still both of them are up. Both of them are looking quite bad. The one on the right a little bit worse.
Okay. One on the right, let's finish him off. I'm going to go for a great sword attack.
Yep.
And that is going to be a 16.
16 will hit.
That was the hit. For 6 total slashing damage.
6 total slashing damage. The bad news is that's not a lot. The good news is that is enough.
Yay!
It was already very, very close.
Yeah,
so with a firm slash, you lop off the head of the mummy. It goes flying off, and now there's the one mummy that is now in melee terms, is now outnumbered with both Fluffgar and the giant boar. And the giant boar did just attack it. So it's the intelligence of a mummy. It's not great. It's going to attack the one that just attacked it. So I need to remind myself of the boar stats. It has an AC of 12. That was a stat block I did not anticipate opening up. Okay, that is a 15, so it will hit. Oof. It's going to be 17 points of damage to the boar. It has 42 hit points.
My God, that's a strong boar.
But the boar with a 19 is going to make the save against the hit point, max hit point loss. Right. Is that boar permanent from your bag?
The boar is permanent until it reduces to 0, but it also has Relentless or the Next Dawn. Or if I pull another one, animal.
Right. Okay.
It's great that you can pull a tank out of your bag that has more hit points than me.
That's
more effective than the black was.
Yes. Is it random? It's random, right?
The rat
Yeah,
is
okay.
so much more amusing, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. So yeah, that'll be the mummy's turn. Oh, no, it is going to give a terrifying glare. It will give it...
Oh, did we...
I think
I
we
lost Brian.
I think we lost him.
Yeah, I can hear him still talking downstairs, but it's not.
Okay, we're going to switch over to a break screen while we get our DM back.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, are we
He's
back?
back.
Okay. Yeah, you froze there, Brian. So, can you hear us?
Hello. Sorry, I saw that I was lagging out, and that has happened a couple of times so far.
We have you now.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're good.
I'm going to... Are we still live?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Sorry, I just dropped out a little bit. Got us started there. Right. We're on to Maple's turn. Mummies have finished their turn.
Did he terrifying glare the pig?
Yeah.
No, he terrifying glared Spornus. Oh, that's where I cut off.
Yes.
And they do,
Spornus,
and then freeze.
Yeah. Spornus, you have to make another saving throw. You do have your resistance D4 available now.
Oh, good.
Yeah. It is going through the one that still can make the save, or it still has to try to make the save. 3.
No! Come on. He should have picked the pig. The pig is the one right in front of it.
You are paralyzed with fear for this turn.
Oh, no.
So while I'm paralyzed, just an FYI, the pig, if I can't command it, it does whatever is in its own nature.
Okay. And it is friendly towards all of you, and the mummy just tried to punch it, so it's probably going to continue to punch the mummy back. Maple, it is your turn.
Okay. Everyone's still within range, so I'm gonna switch. I'm just gonna rip out my short bow and just pull it back and because I am behind Fluffguard, so I won't believe I won't have the disadvantage.
That's correct. You're more than 5 feet away, so you have no problem there, and Fluffguard does not give the mummy cover, so you are all good.
So that is 16. Does it hit?
Yep, that hits.
All right. That is a grand 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage. It does add up. Sportus, I regret to tell you, you are paralyzed with fear. And does the boar act on your turn?
Correct.
Okay. I would say it would go to tusk at the mummy that just punched it. So please give me an attack roll with a +5 to hit for the boar.
19.
19's going to hit. Can you roll 2d6 and add 3 for the slashing damage?
9.
I didn't think about how I need to paint the picture of how the boar would dispatch the mummy. But here we are. So the boar, having been struck by the mummy, it recoils back, looks over, and digs the tusks into the mummy and doesn't stop, and just goes right into pushing it into the wall. And at the impact of the tusks hitting the wall with the body in between, the mummy's body just snaps like a toothpick. And it just goes into 2 separate pieces, and the top of the mummy just sort of lets go. And with that, there is no more undead presence in the room. There is one more creature than what entered initially. Just a big friendly boar, and there's this big pile of money and the 4 of you, and the ability to hear at this point.
All right.
Hear sound.
So
am I still frightened?
At the moment, or sorry, like with like the one turn going through, you are no longer frightened as well. Yeah.
Okay. If no one is opposed, we're going to take a quick bio break while we have hit a natural kind of stopping point. So we'll take a few minutes, get snacks, get all the accoutrements. Anyone watching, this is your chance to do it too, and we shall see you shortly. back. So, we just offed some mummies right before the break. And we have proven that our dice are just as cursed as those mummies tried to make us. So, I'm going to start off this final leg with a donation and of $30, so each of us has 2 advantages.
Nice.
Just a little bit of extra support for the party.
That's awesome.
We might need it.
Alrighty. So, to recap, you made it through the room that was previously silenced, save the incredibly loud sound of whenever the gold coins interacted with each other that were in the center of the room. You dispatched the mummies that came from the illusory corners of the room, and you're now left with a new friendly giant boar from Spornus's bag of tricks, and you have the room to yourselves and are able to talk. So, how would you like to proceed from here?
I'm probably going to get distracted by the boar, kind of like people get distracted by puppies, because I've been in nature withdrawal for a while. I'm going to be scratching behind his ear. You're a good boar, aren't you? Yes, you are.
The boar, just like kind of instinctively, especially for someone with sort of druidic abilities and prowess, just sort of like does that thing as you're scratching behind the ear, just sort of like turns towards it and like directs you in that way of turning its head. Lets out some sort of like satisfied, as a druid, satisfied noises, but to others who are less animal adept, like, is that nice? Is that good? Do you like that? Sorry, I see our dog in the corner with the.
Do you see? I was gonna send you the photo, but anyway, she's just staring at me like there's a crack, like, and I just see one eye.
Yeah. So all of that is done. You're getting that bonding with the boar there, and the room is yours, and the coins remain there.
There, I sent it to everybody.
I am going to return to the coins and proceed to put them one by one in my pocket.
Okay. Noticeably different. When you pick up the coins, they make a normal, usual amount of sound.
Good.
At this point. So as you pick them up, there is an unremarkable sort of clatter of metal. Yeah. And you're just putting away.
I'm just going to proceed to take coins.
Okay. I will say this. How many do you want to pick up? Because the limit is what you want to take with the amount of coins that are here. Like, I'm not talking there's like a spillover of a few coins. Like, this is a 15-foot pile of coinage.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyone pick up?
Take enough.
Holding?
Once you get out of here, you can start your own maze.
I am going to take 4 pieces. So says the die.
40 pieces?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. You grab a healthy few, handfuls of coins and just pocket them away. They make a nice, satisfying little clatter, clatter, clatter. There you go. Is anybody else coining?
Yeah, I think I will.
Okay.
I will kind of try to be, I don't know why I'm trying to be sneaky, but I want to appear like focused on the task at hand still. So I'll be like looking around the room, seeing if anything opened up, or are we still like going to be escaping through these illusory wall corners? And like, I'm just going to kind of like 2 handfuls and like put them in whatever pouch I have, any kind of pocket or pouch, like two handfuls, and leave it at that.
I would like you to make a sleight of hand check. Just with the way you're trying to, like, no, I'm focused on the task at hand. I don't know how good you were doing
Focused
this.
Individual. 21.
21. Adelina, as far as everybody else is concerned, Adelina appears to be very much focused at what is the environment doing, and this whole distraction in the middle of the room, it's nothing for her. It's nothing. As you just, you're surveying around, and you just kind of gently take away one coin at a time to not make any noise, and all of a sudden your pocket is just full. Yep. Very nice.
I might grab like 5 gold pieces. She's not heavily into that kind of thing, but she probably knows she'd at least need a little cash.
Sure. Okay. 5 gold pieces for you. Fluffgar?
I don't trust loud money. Even when it's not loud anymore, I still don't trust it. I will take 0.
That's great. That's a great assessment.
Not even touching it. Okay. So going over the situation there. So are you inspecting the walls aside from the collection of the coins? Are you inspecting the walls? Like what else are you doing in the room here?
I mostly just want to look around and make sure that nothing else opened up at first, like that there's nothing that visibly changed with the walls. And if that's correct, retouch and examine all the areas.
Once I am done,
I think we lost him again.
we did.
Sorry.
That's a great pose.
It was a great
sorry.
pose, though.
There's that.
It looked like you were falling asleep to whatever we were saying. I was like, well, all right, there you go. We're boring as hell.
I'm so sorry for that little hiccup there. I'm sorry. You were saying you're. Could you basically just repeat what you said? I lost it very early on. Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm going to physically just survey the room to see if anything changed.
Okay.
Like just visually, and if not, go around and make sure that it is just the corners that are open again. Hey.
Sure. Yeah.
And when I was just going to say, after I took my 40 coin, I'm also going to go and tactile investigate the walls.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'll get you to make an investigation check. I'll say each of you make an investigation check as you're going through.
I'm going to go a more direct route while they're feeling the walls. I'm just going to
Sure.
go to the corners where there was like that illusionary magic and just sort of stick my head through each of them and just see if any of them have a hallway.
Okay. So yeah, taking the approach of the investigation one, I'll start with the 2 rolls that were made. So
18.
what did you get? 18 and
I have a nat 20 for 23.
23. Okay. So given the initial sort of surveying, there's nothing different about the room compared to how it looked before. Everything is the same as it was. And well, minus no, there's such a large amount of coin you wouldn't even notice the little bits that Adelina took, even with that 23. You're not noticing anything on that front, and doing the sort of tactile feel. Oh wow.
Makes me uneasy.
When the DM pauses that long.
Right?
Or
Then, oh wow.
Frozen again.
It's frozen again. I thought it was suspense.
I'm so sorry. It might be beneficial for me to just sort of do a leave the call and then reconnect just in case, just to kind of refresh the connection there. So we might need to kind of
we'll break again.
tweak tech break. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So everyone, we will be back. back again.
Okie dokie.
So
We are back. We are exploring the room at the moment. Spornus and Adelina are methodically checking all of the walls and corners, inspecting things very thoroughly, and doing a good job of getting a sense of where, from like the bottom left and bottom right corners of where the illusion is, how it feels there, where that starts. Maple's taken a different approach of pop the head in, look inside. And, it seems to be working because Maple just pops her head just in and looks around, pops the head out. She's still Maple. All's going well. Fluffgar, what are you up to?
Yeah, I kind of want to check out these corners.
Okay. So I'll say everybody. Do you want everybody taking a corner to kind of inspect things?
yeah.
I think so.
Okay. And what's your approach? So you've got the methodical, investigative, check every nook and cranny kind of thing. You got Maple's just like straightforward, look inside. What are you doing?
I'm gonna step right in.
Okay.
There's enough space that the mummy was pushed back, so I know there's at least enough room for me to fit, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So
I'm just gonna walk in, pick one, and walk in it.
Yep. So you walk in, and from here you'll see Maple's head looking in from the other corner. You can see that they actually have a connective thin path around all the perimeter on from the opposite end where you came in.
Yep.
The perimeter goes all the way around.
Okay.
So you can see there. You see that there is this propped up, vertically stacked or vertically sitting sarcophagus that is opened up. That smells horrible as you're this close to it.
Mm-hmm.
Maple, you would also get a whiff of that as you're looking in, but you also do see the very thin path or the thin sort of layer between the wall going in on all ends.
Just like, hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll nod back. I guess I'll just start walking down the thin path if I can fit.
I'll
Sure.
look
Yeah.
the other direction and see if it's, if
Mhm.
we get some eyes, it goes across the majority of the room.
Yeah, so it goes around up until it gets to where the passageway is. On the two bottom corners where you initially walked in, there is a wall that stops it from going through there. It's not as though you're
Right.
entering into an extra-dimensional space there. There is a wall that props up that stops you going in that direction. As you two are kind of traversing through the pathway in here, and the others are eventually getting to looking in and investigating, there's that familiar rumbling on the ground, anticipating that the walls are about to shift.
Yeah.
As you've experienced this before, so you're familiar with the there's that.
Right. Do I want to be in here when that happens?
That is the question. As two of you are inside and the other two are at the corner, kind of looking in.
Okay. If I have time, I'm gonna try to jump back into
Yeah, I'll do
Okay.
the same.
before something happens.
Okay. And Spornus, you're
I was just gonna call out. Let's get in the same space.
let's get in the room. Okay, so you are able, there's enough of that warning as it's like a kind of gradual rumbling, and then the wall shift. You have enough time to sort of there's a little bit of that okay, we gotta go, and you do sidle your way, from the path into the room, and you then feel those sort of vibrations around as the walls start to shift. Interestingly.
To keep them calm.
Right. Betting the boar the boar just looks a little uncertain about what's going on around. There's that innate little uneasiness of the ground is shifting. I don't like this. Where is my food? What's going on here? Yeah. The walls do shift, and this includes the entrance seals over.
Oh.
There is now in the chamber, as the walls settle, there is no visible exit from where you are. The one wall shifted over and closed, and there is now no longer a visible exit.
I guess I'd stick my head in, like, one of the corners to where the exit has just closed to see if it connects all the way through now. Does that make sense?
No.
It does. It does make sense, and it does connect all the way through.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Into the. I'll just walk in.
Okay, you walk in, and like as Maple investigated, seeing that the way that you initially walked was now opened up, or like where it was initially kind of closed because you had that entrance in, that was sealed off. If you go to the top, or like you go to one of the top corners, you can see behind there is a passageway that opens up from behind the opening there, in behind like the thin passageway.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will.
That is the only exit that is available from just kind of like looking through all the corners.
Yeah. I'll probably let the gang know and head to.
Okay.
For anyone who didn't already.
Yep.
I think I found the way out.
I am.
I'm going for it. I'll wait like a moment and then just walk toward it.
I'll be on the stand.
I'm gonna also following and kind of encouraging the boar and telling the boar to come with us.
Okay.
The boar.
There is an interesting issue with the boar.
Oh.
Can it fit?
It is a tight passageway, and you kind of have to, sidle in to fit into the passageway. The boar is a large creature.
What's happening, gory behind?
The boar does not have an easy way or any sort of like reasonable way to fit into the passageway as they are right now. Yeah.
And I didn't take shrink and large because I'm like, we're never going to use that.
Yeah, same. That I was like, we won't need it. It doesn't make sense.
I didn't anticipate the boar either, so that's fair.
Can he go back in your bag?
No, I think I have to kill him. Because I can't access another creature as long as he's still alive. Until the next,
Oh.
Can we try to squish him through?
Can we destroy the wall? Just blast
Sorry?
the wall? Can we just blast the wall so that he can just like charge through?
You could certainly try that. What's your approach for breaking down the wall?
Wait, I don't have many damage dealing spells, so I don't know.
Okay.
I will ram the wall.
Okay. Sportus just proceeds
to
to
bonus action to encourage the boar to also attack the wall.
Okay.
So I can get through.
Okay, you try to just like consistently push at the spot where there would be that, where you see the opening on the other side of the thin gap there, and you're initially just pushes through, and it's like hitting a brick wall. Like initially there's not a lot of, or there's not any give that you're getting from ramming into it continuously on your own. The boar similarly, like they can snap a mummy in half, like slamming them into the wall. Breaking through the wall is a different story.
Charging the wall makes no difference.
Sorry?
Charging the wall makes no difference.
Charging the wall. The issue is it is a very sturdily built wall that has a high like damage threshold. That said, what is everybody else doing as they see the two of them like slamming into the wall?
I guess
I have one. I have one spell slot left. I could shatter, but that's only one, so I don't know if that's enough.
Okay.
I'll take out, I guess my daggers and start like scraping out the mortar to see if I can destabilize the glue holding the bricks together.
Okay. You're taking the like the engineering or reverse engineer it. Take it apart from piece by piece. Okay. Adelina, anything on your end?
I'm reading the spell sleep.
Spell sleep?
Just in case we do have to
Oh.
It's getting dark.
Put it to sleep.
Oh.
I'm reading this, but what my character is going to do is try to go through the passage and see if there's like one wall that's like, okay, actually, if we just break like this one wall, like we should be good and be able to get the boar through.
Right. Okay. So you're investigating from the other side of how it looks from there. Yeah. Okay. So you do see that there is a like there's like kind of aligned with the passageway dimensions. There is a pinpoint spot that you already see that Maple has started to get at carving out in terms of working at the mortar there. There's not a significant amount of damage or progress done to it yet, because you're going at a stone wall with a dagger and a pair of tusks and a satyr. It's not a lot of damage done yet, but you are sort of almost like you're marking out where would be the key spot to do that. Okay. To focus damage at the wall.
And from the other side, that's a good spot too. Is the passage wider? Do you know what I'm saying?
It's it's consistent on both sides with where they're working on. Where that's the place to kind of focus your efforts, sort of thing. Yeah.
And if we get through, can the boar fit beyond that?
100%. Yeah, because there's the wide opening on the other side there. Yes.
Yeah, I'll cast Shatter there then from the other side.
Okay.
Because they were shattering the wall and they were able to pull chunks of it apart when we were...
Chunks of it were able to be pulled apart when they were casting Shatter. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I was reading sleep, so... just in case I had a plan B. But this seems like it'll work. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're casting...
Radius.
No boar left behind.
No. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna come back around and be like, I'm casting Shatter. Be careful.
Okay.
And I do want to go back and do it from that side, just so that it's from both ends that we're.
Okay. Yeah. So you're approaching it from the way that you're trying to go. Everybody else is going from the way that they're approaching from. Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna cast Shatter. You've been working on the mortar to try to loosen the connection kind of area from there. Spartus, you're powering through of just brute force it. Okay. Yeah. And Fluffgar, your approach?
I wanted to go check out that that one exit, but I mean, if everyone else, I can help out. I've got Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
I can try to help weaken it.
Okay.
Sure.
So I will get you to... I'm going to get this to be done simultaneously.
Okay.
So, Maple?
Yes.
You're taking a very methodical approach of go for, basically the connective tissue. Get rid of the mortar so that it doesn't hold up as well. I want you to make an intelligence check to see how effective the places you're trying to weaken at will be.
Straight intelligence?
Straight intelligence.
That's a 17.
It's a 17.
I think
That's a
found
great
the
start.
dice that I'm going to stay with for the rest.
Yeah. Sportus, I would like you to make 2 athletic checks.
Okay.
As you and the boar are brute forcing this.
Boom. Yes.
So I would like to know where your brute force, how powerful your brute force is. The giant boar, by the way, has a +3 modifier to their athletics.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a nat 20 for a 22.
Okay.
That the boar had a +3.
Yeah.
That's for a 14.
14. Okay. You particularly motivated. You are exhibiting like very, very big strength here.
I don't want to kill my boar.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. The Eldritch Blast, I will get you to roll first an attack roll and then the damage for your Eldritch Blast. So
12.
12 for one of them. Okay.
Yep. And then the other one is 10. 12 and 10.
12 and 10. Okay. So material AC. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm probably not even going to hit the damage threshold on it. But...
So unfortunately, with those Eldritch Blasts, those ones are not going to meet it with those low rolls. So you're attempting with the Eldritch Blast, and that part is not being very effective. Just with the nature of the force damage versus like magical force versus just like mundane physical objects. Yeah.
Yep.
Adelina, go ahead and roll your shatter damage.
13.
13 points of damage. Okay. The boar is going to do... Because it's charging at it, you're instructing it to charge at it, I would like the boar to do 4d6 plus 3. Aww.
It's a little puppy face.
18.
18, 13. There's this moment of, like, this wall might just be a bit too strong as you're shooting the Eldritch Blasts, and, like, initially it's just like, it's not very effective, I don't know if this is going to work. Not sure if it's going to work. And then there's this moment of synchronicity where the shatter takes effect, and there starts to initially be, there's just this like thunderous warbling that's focused on that one wall. That doesn't that's almost similar to like the rumbling you feel when the walls are about to shift. Just focus on that one wall. And at first it's vibrating there and nothing is happening. And then you can see these few spots where Maple has chipped away at the mortar. There's this little... And then you and the boar charge forward, and there's this one Eldritch Blast that just goes forward, just as a maybe we'll see. And it just sort of... And the wall busts down, with the boar charging through and stopping just short of Adelina. Just puts the brakes on and looks up at you.
Looks down at me, Jameen.
That's true, actually. It would look at eye level with you.
Good job, Gory.
You do manage to get the boar through the wall through the power of cooperation. And with that, you are back in the mix of the labyrinthian maze-like layout of you have left turns and right turns and large 15-foot tall stone corridors here. I understand you have a system with Adelina with the dagger. You have all of your approaches you've been doing thus far.
Does I just want to interject. Does anyone else gain anything from doing like a super quick short rest? Just because I have only 3 spell slots left.
I think I'd get my 1 wild shape back. No, I haven't used it, and it got refreshed. So
right. Okay. So if I'm the only one, then it's okay. But
I get my inspiring leader back.
Bardic Inspiration, that gets recharged on a long rest, correct? Yeah, it does.
I think so. Yeah.
I get the Spirit Totem back.
Yeah, I don't know where we're heading. So for me, it would like if I rested, I would get my 3 level 1 slots back, which is silvery barbs.
Nice. Kept me alive.
So it's like I'm just throwing it out there. But if we don't want to do that little rest, then it's okay.
Well, I'm okay to say, why don't we have a short rest and I can ask the board to take walk while we rest.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so you get out, you get to the wall, and there's that sort of impasse of do we go left or do we do right? Adelaide brings up the idea of take a moment to recoup. Just fought 4 mummies. That was rather harrowing. And you can make your way back into the room because there's a direct path now with the way that you broke through that wall. There is a room that you're able, or like in a chamber you're able to kind of hunker down in with one single exit. Yeah. So you
lie down on the pile of money.
My bedroll.
This doesn't reset my maximum hit, so does it?
No, it does not.
But you can roll hit die, can't you? Can you roll hit die?
Yeah, but I'm at max. I'm actually at the max. I'm just at the reduced max.
Yeah.
Right.
So we can hit the short rest button.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're able to spend the next hour just sort of recuperating, just spending time amongst yourselves, just kind of like addressing your wounds and all that. You can also roll some hit dice for any hit dice that or hit points that are missing, if you have any. Yeah.
Do the temporary hit points go away then?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna roll 1.
When we come out of our short rest, I am going to take 10 minutes to tell everybody how great a job they're doing. And how we can keep going and just really inspire everyone for 8 temporary.
Re-upping that invigorating motivation there. Very nice.
What does that do again? I forgot.
It gives you 8
temporary
temporary hit points.
In addition to the 7 we have from earlier, if it
the
didn't
7
get
would
hit,
actually disappear because that
it would now.
Yeah, because the spirit totem is gone.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
But that said, you now are all going forward with 8 additional temporary hit points. Oh,
Nice.
So yeah, you go through the short rest. You're able to take a quick break, spending the hour to hunker down a little bit before getting back into the maze, which you now also had anticipated you're going into. So you're able to approach it, with the same sort of methodical approach. In addition to your ability to kind of cross off intelligently, just kind of check off, here's where you've been, here's the way where you're going. You also notice that when you get onto a certain path, the boar's nose actually picks up a smell at a certain point. There's this sort of and the nose is stuck down at the floor like a hound, and is just following along this scent and is walking, is just like proceeding forward in this maze structure, going with like very intent purpose of like, they're taking this right, there's a left here, they're continuing to go straight, and then they're taking a left here, and they're continuing on, and they're following a scent, not like rushing forward, but at a steady pace.
Follow the boar.
I trust the boar.
In more we trust.
Follow his nose.
Did you say all aboard? That's really good.
No.
I'm in.
Oh no. Okay. So the boar managed to kind of take you along here, and the boar is sniffing, and it leads you into another rather long appearing chamber. And this one, it looks like it's a slightly wider than the corridors we've been moving through hallway, with a bit less of a like bland gray stone structure to it. The stone has a bit more of a texture to it. There's even like spots where it looks like there's like a bit of either moss or like some growth on it, some like plant growth on it.
Oh, love.
Pausing for dramatic effect.
Yeah.
He'll come back. They always come.
What you're looking at on that hallway.
Okay.
We missed.
Oh
We
no.
missed everything after moss.
Okay. So, so sorry. You see that there's like in this hallway, it looks a little more involved. There's some growth, there's some texture to it, and it's a little more spacious. And it goes about 50 feet to another entrance that looks like the same kind of dimensions as the one you're standing from. And the boar like is sniffing. It gets to the edge of that room, and then it just stops and sniffing around a little bit, sort of like more aimlessly, and then just looks up to you, Spornus, almost like quizzically.
You must have lost the smell, did you, buddy?
And there's as best a boar can convey affirmation.
Okay, buddy, I'll give him like a squish behind the ear. You got us this far.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're all looking down this like what looks to be like about 50-foot long chamber.
And
Yeah.
Guess I
Well,
just
can we
I'll walk through.
see? We can see into the chamber fine. Like there's nothing
Yeah.
in there.
No, it just looks to be a long hallway that leads to another like opening the same as the one you're looking through, like the kind of opposite. Yeah.
I guess.
I would like to investigate just kind of like the opening that we're standing in, where he
Sure.
lost the smell. Like, is there anything trap-wise or creeping around this spot?
Make an investigation check.
I'd like to help.
Sure. Yeah. Help action, so you have advantage on that one.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my second roll. There was so my nat 20 for a 23.
Okay. So there is a very there's like a distinct difference across. If you look very, very closely, there's like this distinct difference that's really, really visible the closer you look at where the entrance is, like from where the corridor is to then inside that separate passageway. You can see a very distinct line of where the corridor ends and the passageway begins. It's so clear of here's where it is, but it's at the same time like this sort of gradual, because it's stone against stone. It's not that much, but looking at it closely is like, oh, here is exactly the parameters of it. You see that there is also that little bit of like plant growth and like moss growth all along the edge there, and there is just like a little bit of a feeling, if you just sort of like kind of testing it out a little bit, there's a noticeable difference in terms of like the air, in terms of how the air not only feels, in terms of it's like, it's humidity, it's like the scent, all of that is different from inside outside.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can I?
So it's like there feels like there is a distinct difference between the two, which wouldn't normally be the case.
So I am going to pass a message along to that conversation, that perception
Sure.
along to everyone else and say, hey, we're
Yeah.
about to step into something new here.
In addition, there is no sign of any sort of like trap of any sort, no trigger of any sort that would, tripwire, what have you. It is a distinct different spot, but there is no nothing nefarious placed along the entrance. In addition, yeah.
With the information that the environment is completely different, the growing conditions would be different, and from growing up in the woods, I know not all hazards necessarily are traps. Can I identify the kind of moss to see if this moss is evil moss?
Sure. Make a nature check.
14.
14. As far as you're aware, which is with reasonable certainty in terms of your understanding of moss, unless this is a incredibly exotic yet masking as something, there's no signs of this being a moss that is like carnivorous or anything of the sort. This is a run-of-the-mill moss that just happens to be growing in those different conditions because it's not in this like cold, weird corridor, labyrinthian corridor. Yeah.
I'll let everyone know the moss is good.
I am going to take moss with me then. Yeah. I'm going to put it, and I'm going to kind of like wrap it around my horn.
Okay.
Nice.
Just taking a little bit of where you've been with you.
A sample.
Very nice. Yeah. So adorned the horns. Weirdness. Two moss ringed horns are there. Are you entering the chamber to grab this moss and everything? Is everybody going in? Any other apprehensions? Oh,
No.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm in.
okay. Is everybody going in to the chamber?
Yes.
Like entering in, grabbing the moss and everything? Yeah.
And
Oh,
not touching the
I'm not
moss.
grabbing any moss.
No.
You're not grabbing any moss. It's only Sportus is grabbing the moss, nobody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I am encouraging the boar to come with me as well.
Okay, the boar has no apprehension. The boar, like you walk in, the boar walks in, no problem, and there's like a bit more of that like kind of sniffing the ear, getting acclimated to it, but there's no longer the like sniffing intently at a scent. Yeah, you're in the chamber. There is a noticeably like warmer, kind of humid air to it, but aside from that, nothing different.
Just very
They have-
tentatively walking across.
Okay. So you walking across. As you walk, initially you're walking forward. You see the along the passageway, kind of looking over and seeing, rather than the bland stone walls you were looking at before in the corridors that are all pretty much the same, except when you were marking it with like a knife to indicate where you've been. This has a little more texture. It has more of that it's changing as you walk across. That's something new. Initially, that's what kind of grabs you, but then as you're walking, you see that the more you've walked, the farther away the exit is.
Oh God.
So you've at this point, it feels like you've walked about the length to get to where you've been looking, and the distance now looks doubled of where you need to go going forward.
How far away does it look like it is?
And now it looks like about 100 feet.
Oh.
I'm going.
And you've traveled what feels like 50 feet.
I'm going to take my sharp bow and just shoot an arrow towards the exit.
Okay, the arrow arcs and lands nearby the exit. And you shoot it with like it's going to go about 100 feet. It goes that 100 feet and reaches the exit.
I'm going to go and try to retrieve my arrow.
Okay. You start walking forward, and the arrow grows farther away from you.
What if I... Wait. I'm going to leap. I'm going to leap towards my arrow.
Okay. As you leap towards the arrow, you jump forward, and if you do that in sort of like the sudden jump, the distance also extends more forward.
I'm going to walk
As you
towards
go.
where we walked in.
Walk backwards.
You're going to start walking backwards. Okay.
That's my thought.
You start walking backwards. Both Adelina and Fluffgar start walking backwards, and as you're going backwards, it feels like you're like looking forward. Or sorry. So Adelina, you're walking towards the way you came in. Fluffgar, you're walking backwards.
Yes. Backwards towards where we came in.
Backwards towards where you came in. Okay, perfect. So, we're going to start with Adelina. So, Adelina, as you're walking towards where you came in from, it doesn't look like it's actually getting any closer. Fluffgar, as you're walking backwards, the distance seems to close towards the exit.
Okay.
The one we just came in.
Towards the exit?
The one like that he's facing, which is the one away.
Shot the arrow at, yeah.
Yeah. The arrow and the exit proceed to come closer towards you as you're walking backwards.
Does everyone else notice this?
So the interesting thing is, Adelina and Fluffgar, you're kind of like side by side. So as one walks forward, the other walks backwards. Like for you, Adelina, you're seeing that way isn't coming any closer. Whereas for you, Fluffgar, you're seeing that the other way, like the way you're heading towards, or like the opposite of where you entered, is coming closer.
Okay.
The other thing is that now, because you've moved here, and Spornus has leapt forward, and Maple's in the middle, there is weirdly also a much more significant gap between the three of you. With the way that you three have moved. I'll give you a hint, by the way. If you're trying to make rational sense of this, it's going to hurt your brain.
It's not, yeah.
Alright, so
In this dungeon, we obey the laws of physics. Or don't.
I'm just trying to figure out where we are relative to each other from that description.
So, at the moment, that's the weird thing, is that Fluffgar and Adelina are in the back because they've moved closer to the back. But to them, they perceive the distance to the exit to be closer.
Okay.
Maple, you're in the middle. You haven't moved in either direction yet. It still looks like however far you've walked, that's how far away the exit is.
Mm-hmm.
And Sporinus, it looks even farther.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they're behind you.
I'm going to throw my hands up in the air and be like, I'm not going to get it, and try to turn around and walk back towards everybody else.
Okay. As you try to walk back towards everybody else, you don't seem to actually be able to catch up with them, but the gap behind you is getting closer. But the gap in the direction you're moving towards, towards the entrance, is not getting any closer. Maple, what are you doing? Maple, what are you doing?
Can I walk sideways, like crab shuffle toward the group?
Wait, so towards the group?
Yeah, because they're all going toward the original door we came in, right?
At this point now, everybody's going towards the original door.
Okay.
When you say crab shuffle, do you mean like move laterally? Like, because the passageway is going like this way. Do you mean go like this?
I'm basically like, if they're here and I'm here, I'm turning myself 90 degrees and I'm going.
Okay, that's just the way in which you're going, but you're going to head towards that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you move backwards, crab shuffling, kind of like with your head focused towards the wall that is like the left and right side of the hallway, almost. You notice that the wall is not changing, like where you are.
The wall I'm
like as you look towards the side and you're crab shuffling this way, you're looking at the same piece of moss, and you're moving. But the moss there isn't changing at all as you're moving backwards. Fluffgar and Adelina, are you continuing to just walk backwards?
Yeah, and I would probably call out to the group that, hey, turn around, walk backwards where we came.
Okay. It sounds very echoey and far away, Spornus, when he says that, because at this point he's very far from you.
Mm-hmm.
And shortly after you say that, Fluffgar, you're at the other end.
Nice.
And you take a step and you're there, and suddenly, like your body is just there. And likewise, Adelina, you're just on the other side now. Okay. And Maple, if you kind of have on the side of your eye as you're crab shuffling, they're gone, and they're on the other side.
All right, I will follow instructions then. As a player, I will admit that this is breaking my brain. I'm just going to walk backwards.
You proceed to crab shuffle, and with you being not the person furthest ahead, you end up just suddenly you see Adelina in front of you as you crab shuffle, and you're between Fluffgar and Adelina now.
Hi.
I'm also going to follow direction and tell the boar to do what I'm doing.
And shortly after, Sportus and the boar just appear where you are. And you're on the other end of the hallway, and you look back, and it looks like it's 50 feet.
Is my arrow next to me? Can I pick it back up?
Yeah, it is.
Put my arrow back.
So are we walking backwards or forwards now?
Can we just go through the...
So you're on the other side, and you're in another end of the the maze corridor here. So you're basically outside of that moist, mossy chamber.
Okay. I'm just gonna be
yeah.
So do we have a left and right again, or do we have it straight?
You have a left and a straight. There is no right.
Can we enlist the boar again?
Interestingly, as soon as you appear, the nose goes back down.
Oh, yeah.
And the boar is a bit more tentative this time, because there's kind of to go straight, goes left, and then proceeds to go left. It's a bit more of a which way to go, and then proceeds to go left. Continuing to follow the boar?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The boar, at this point, slowly gains sort of momentum and confidence in the sniff, and eventually gets to it's leading the party, and it starts to kind of move a little bit faster. And this is a large boar. It's able to move quite fast, so it gets to the point where you're walking a bit briskly to keep up with it.
Mm-hmm.
As it is just leading with it. You'd be kind of to mark off the corners that you're in with the knife. And it leads to an opening that is not, I would say, a chamber, but rather to to something you've seen from a different perspective. Before, you were looking at it with a treacherous Steve running out towards it, and then flung back towards you. You're now looking from a side perspective at a big, open stone floor that proceeds into a grassy area with this sunlight appearing brightness entering in from your left. And just this tranquil bliss looking outside of the stone structure that seems to kind of dissipate to your right as you or from the right as you look towards the open forestry. The boar stops and looks up at Sportus as you get up to that view. What do you four do?
I want to look around for the Minotaur or whatever was here before.
Okay.
I'm like, what the hell?
Seems too good to be true. That's just walk out into
Okay. Looking about, it's a very open and brightly lit opening. And as far as you see, there's not any sort of like, there's a minotaur-sized tree that he's hiding behind there, something like that. It's very open and clear, especially with the stone, where the stone floor meets the grass. And there's no sign of him from where you're looking right now.
Okay. Well, he did say he didn't kill us like he did Steve. And he said we needed to work together. Does this mean we have to hold hands when we go out the door?
All right, let's go. I put my hands out and grab one ear of the boar and offer my other hand.
I'll grab Sportus's hand.
Yeah, I'll grab Maple's hand.
Everybody joining hands. Got a hold of the boar.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hi-ho!
You walk out.
Together, yeah.
You walk together, the five of you. You walk in, and very similar with as you've entered previous chambers, when you had the coldness of the ice chamber, just like the chill on your breath. When you've entered the mossy expanse where you feel this humidity. When you've initially making your trek up to the work camp and then having this magical maelstrom just change the environment around you. Now you feel there's this just tranquil, serene air. Just this pristine nature around you. And it is calming. It is so just blissfully silent until you start to hear the occasional chirping of birds.
Oh.
And
okay.
And this wafting of wind proceeds to occur. And then a step. And another step.
I was just about to
Coming
ask if
from
you
behind
died.
Coming from behind you. From the entrance that you just took, you hear.
I'm going to look back.
How about we walk a little faster?
And you see emerging from the very way that you came from. And given how you moved about the labyrinth, given the way you moved through the corridors, the amount of footsteps you hear compared to what appears, it doesn't make sense that you wouldn't have been hearing it earlier. And yet, standing in front of you, or say it's standing behind you now, in the way you just came, it's the very same massive, hulking minotaur. Approaches from behind, wielding this massive maul, and just looks at the five of you. And just lets out this big snort of air.
Hi.
We didn't leave alone, right? That's what you said.
I'm like holding the hands tighter. I'm like, look at how together we are. We are so together right now.
I'll have one hand on my greatsword though, and then one hand on someone.
Mm-hmm.
We even brought Bori with us.
The maul slams into the ground. He drops it into the ground. It leaves a noticeable shake.
So you're not.
And then he very gingerly rests the handle up against the wall.
So we cool?
And he looks over towards the forest.
So we can keep going that way? Alright, so...
Can we leave?
He drops to a knee. He drops to a knee. He holds out a behoofed hand. The boar approaches. The boar approaches. The boar gives a little sniff. And the boar goes off into the forest.
I'm guessing we let go of the boar at that point.
I'm going to approach the hand as well. Because I like my boar.
Mm-hmm. Unfaltering. Holds out its hoof. Well, hoofed hand. Yeah.
I'm going to shake its hand.
So that's tricky. You could shake. Well, you could shake like part of a hand. This is like,
I'm going to put out my hand like to shake. Yeah.
Yeah. And it'll just sort of like nudge it forward.
I'm going to turn and walk towards where my boar went.
Does not budge. He then diverts his gaze over to the next one of you. Like to you three.
I guess I'm next up. I'll go up and be like, I have so many questions. I don't know if you're going to answer them.
He just shakes his head.
Okay.
No.
No questions.
No questions? All right. I'm going to sit there and think for a little while. Can I get one question? Is this your home? I just point to where the labyrinth is. She's trying to make a decision on something.
Yeah. He looks very contemplative at that. Like at first it was, you don't ask questions. Can I ask one question? There's like a long pause and a solemn nod. Is this your home? Long pause, looks up. A slow nod.
Okay. So then I'm going to take out my coin purse with the 5 gold I took and take out the staff and shake his hand and then put them in. She's like, I did not have these when I entered your home. I'm assuming they're yours. And then I will be like, bye, and walk to join the boar.
He stops you. He takes the 5 pieces of gold, puts them down, picks up the staff of healing, and hands it to you.
I will take it and I will thank him. And then I will...
Another solemn nod.
Continue on.
Mm-hmm. Looks then to Fluffguard Adelina.
Have we given back items? Because I like this sword.
I didn't give back mine.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna walk up and do the gesture.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna give him my sword.
Yep.
Give him a nod. Confident eye contact.
Yep. He nods, returns back as well.
Okay. And then I'm going to attempt to turn around and leave.
Mm-hmm. Looks towards Adelina.
Okay.
I'm gonna message and be like, are you really gonna make me walk over there?
Maple's just like,
He
you can do it.
he lets out. Who you sending that message to?
The Minotaur.
Minotaur? Okay. He lets out another snort of just powerful air comes out. No response with message, but lets out a powerful snort.
I take a big breath. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll walk over. I'll extend my hand, or maybe take its big hoof and be like, thank you for letting us out and joining us even stronger together. I'll give a little I don't even know, curtsy something, and then walk away.
He stops you.
What the hell?
He puts set up to go bar your path briefly.
Okay.
All better with others. You better with them. And then just sort of leers at you a little bit.
Yeah.
And then
I've been running with the best crowd before. Okay.
Right as you start to talk, he lets his hand go and gives you the signal to all right.
Okay, I get it. I have to rethink my life. All right. It's just comes to join everybody else.
And with that, with I'm sure many questions on your mind, and yet faced with a Minotaur gesturing you out to a tranquil and unknown forest, the four of you and your temporary boar companion make your way into this unknown forest, having traversed through this unknown labyrinth, transported to by a happenstance magical maelstrom.
Cool.
That point is.
Yeah. We have a
That's a good one.
mascot.
Hey. Good job, team.
Yes.
We done it.
And that is the end of this one shot. You have successfully escaped prison and escaped another prison.
And made some new friends.
Yeah.
And you all received a pardon.
Nice.
Nice.
I didn't...
Thank you.
Oh,
The Minotaur just writes 4 strongly worded letters to our local governments.
Yeah.
power of the mace compels you.
When he's not maintaining all those stone walls, he's definitely in the bureaucracy sort of mode.
I'm glad
Yeah.
he's not mad at us for destroying that one wall.
Maybe he doesn't know that yet.
Uh-oh.
Part 2.
Part two.
In the interest of
We're just hanging out and he comes barging into our home.
No respect for masonry.
Pay damages.
Great.
Yeah.
I love how his message at the end is basically ape strong together. That's all ape strong together. I'm like, yes, so true.
True.
All right. Well, thank you all for participating. Thank you all for being my partners in crime / a special thank you to Brian for running this. And thank you to everyone who watched and donated. And you have a good night. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And